Hi everyone, happy election day. Sorry I'm a few minutes late. I got caught up watching the different polls and all of the craziness going on right now. I'm honestly getting anxious. Some of the states are calling it and they're only like 2% reported, 5% reported. And the AP is already showing them as, whatever their colors are. And as of right now, they're showing the blue wall still existing, that Trump needs to win one of the states. Hi, Cooter G. Hi, BC. Sorry, guys. I know I kind of ghosted you for the last couple days. I do apologize for that. Things have just been crazy. The baby keeps having seizures. Today is her fourth birthday, and she had another one at school today. She's been very off all evening, and then she had one. Um, she just keeps having them. And so Thursday, I know a couple of you guys have been waiting for an update about her. On Thursday, Children's Hospital actually got us in for her test early, and so we were able to get in for the overnight study, and so we will be there Thursday into Friday for a 24-hour video EEG so that they can try to catch what's going on with her, so that we can get that all figured out. But let me show you let me show you the results so far, loosely quoted. um, it's making me nervous. I'm not gonna lie. I'm getting, nauseous, and I know that we are literally only percents counted so far, but it is so far not leaning in his favor, and the blue wall states that he needs to win at least one of those states. I'm talking about Pennsylvania, Michigan, Ohio, across that top there. Wisconsin, I meant is what I meant to say. You'll message me in a bit. You forgot. Okay. Thank you so much, Cooter G. The thing that is concerning to me is, if it's not seizures, then what is it? Because she has just been very, very off. And it's just been very stressful. And honestly, I'm going to tell you guys, and if the audience stays low, I'm probably going to move over to farming. I'm not going to lie. But so I've been trying to de-stress in between things and haven't been able to go live because my brain just can't comprehend everything that's been going on, and all the stress, and that's just the honest to goodness truth about it. Um those of you guys who know me know that I am a mom first, and it's extremely, extremely upsetting to have something be happening that you don't know an answer to. And it's like giving me flashbacks to when Junior was going through her medical issues at first, and we couldn't figure out what was going on with her at first. And I don't want to be in that situation again. Sorry. This is about the election, I swear, but I just don't want to be in that situation again. And like having you know, I don't know. I just don't want to be there again. So just pray that we get answers no matter what the answers are. I just need to know. So that's where I'm at with it. Hi in the bushes.
Hi.
How's everything going?
Oh, it's going good. Jax doesn't think that we need to be live tonight. So, we're probably gonna catch some background noise because he means
That's
it.
okay. So right now, Ohio is at 37% reported. Um,
Oh,
they are blue currently. We have to remember though, especially in these states, the mail-in ballots are typically Democrats. Almost all, I would say a good majority of our ballots are Democrats whenever they are mailed in early. And Republicans typically go to the polls, and so a lot of that is gonna take longer to count. These polls just closed in these states. And so we're in a situation where we are eagerly waiting to see, what's gonna happen. Georgia looks like it is starting to swing Trump. They're 47% reported.
oh
He's at
wow.
51% right now, and she's at 44. So they have turned, dark red for Trump. Texas is looking, it's only 30% reported so far, but it is looking like it's also going to Trump. some of these states, I mean, they're only 1% reported, but they expect it to go to Trump. Look, they have only counted 11,000 votes, though. So it's still early. We have a long night ahead of us, and we are going to chit chat about everything going on in the meantime. I agree, Red Rock. I think it's going to be days before a winner is solidified. Agreed. Yeah, thank you. I definitely need all the prayers that you guys can send for real, for real. So, what do you think about everything going on thus far?
I think we're in for a wild ride. That's what I think. I didn't even want to leave the house today. I voted early, y'all.
Yeah.
I did. I took advantage of that early voting. There was no line, no waiting. I didn't have to stand next to anybody, which was good because I've
Mhm.
been
Mhm.
sick, so I didn't pass that along. Um, s- we're just it's going to be interesting. Quit that.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. Let me see. Trying to find like somebody who is talking about the actual results as they're coming in. Because let's be honest, we are just everyday average Joes that are, giving our opinions about different things. We don't know
I got
all of
no
the ins and
facts.
outs of this, right? I got no facts. That's exactly it. Oh, yeah, I've got no facts either. How you been feeling?
I'm getting better. I'm getting better.
Mhm.
Once
Good.
in a while, there's a sneeze, a cough, or a sniffle.
This is what kills me. So look, I pulled over to this one, this Ben Shapiro. I follow him, and they like put out this information like, look, Donald Trump is winning Tennessee, and I'm sure he probably will. Tennessee typically goes red, but it's only 1%. 1% counted. Like, come on, guys. Like, they get you all worked up for that 1%. Virginia, 1% counted. Kentucky, they called it for Trump. I mean, it's dark red. It's at 3% counted. Like, how do you do that? I mean, I guess they know
They
what
don't know
typically
nothing.
goes.
They don't know nothing for like a week. They
Yeah.
don't know nothing.
Yeah, Jersey went to Harris, but Jersey's only 18%. So let me show you this. Jersey going to Harris doesn't surprise me. Jersey is basically Philadelphia. I wish that they would take over Philadelphia. We are um like if we could, as the state of Pennsylvania, as somebody who lives in the state of Pennsylvania, if we could just disown Philadelphia and just shove it right over there, we would gladly give up that land. Like, we would gladly send them that direction. Um, and so nail biter here in Utah, not where is Utah? Right there. Oh, you guys are your polls aren't even there. Yeah, but I expect so like all of this. I mean, I expect all of this to be red. Really, what we're looking at is Arizona, Nevada, uh, Ohio just flipped back to red. They're at 39% now. Look though, look how close they are. 4,000 votes are separating them in
Woohoo.
Ohio currently.
Oh, that's close.
You live at the New Jersey Shore, Trump 2024. Yep. And that's exactly it, Lioness. Who votes to have more recession? Ugh, I don't know who could vote to stay in the economy that we currently have.
My daughter.
Yeah.
That's who. My daughter.
I mean, I can honestly say I do have several family members that I know are voting blue today, and it really does baffle me. All right,
Yeah,
next.
I was baffled too. Quit that. I was baffled too. But she wants her womanly choice, and I don't know why, because she's like, "Oh, don't hurt the baby," you know. But yet she wants her choice,
Right.
and I'm like, "Well, vote for Trump and write the governor." It's that's but she's like, "No, she'll fix it." I'm like, "No, she'll break it worse.
Mhm. Mhm. Mhm.
She will break it worse." she'll write up some legislation and try to slide it through with some kind of ominous something attached to it, just so people will go, okay, to get it to slide something else through. You know how they are. And I'm just
Yeah.
like, she's not gonna fix nothing. She's not gonna fix nothing. She's just gonna break it. She breaks it. That's what she does. She breaks it. She might as well hand our flag to somebody else.
Look at them, like, they're like, "Mississippi is for sure Donald Trump." See the check mark? That means that they already are like the AP is calling it for Donald Trump. Do you see how much is reported? Can you see that?
I don't understand how
It
how
says
how they're
it says
doing it.
1% reported. They have so far counted 339 votes for Trump and 293 for Harris, and they're like, "Mississippi's done." Which, okay, I mean, we'll take it. We'll take the win. We'll take the win.
They ought to
It's
at
just like,
least wait until it's 60%.
yeah,
You know?
that's what I'm saying. Because, like, you never know. I mean, you can assume based off of, I guess, like, the registered voters and things like that, but, I mean, do you really know until it's all said and done? I don't think so. Look, Florida, though, 90% reported. Trump is leading her by almost, what is that? 1,300,000 votes he has above her.
In Florida,
Yep.
I am shocked.
There
Them
is
people
only
are tired of being poor.
yeah. There's only 10% left to count. So hypothetically speaking, even if that last 10% is for her, he already got the state. 2 years ago, there were Trump people still driving around with flags on their trucks. That's awesome. Let's see. So it looks like again, big cities. Big cities always tend to go to the Democrats. And this is Georgia I'm looking at now because they're kind of in between. They're starting to go red though. They're 52% reported. He's up by around 300,000 votes currently. So, Virginia is only separated by 4,000 right now, but they're only 37% reported. PA, I feel like in 20 was it 2020 or 2016 that they took, oh gosh, we took forever. It felt like 2 or 3 days before
Yeah.
they were done. I think it was 2020. So, Barbara, I keep reading this. The 80,000 people registered, 80,000 Amish and PA registered. And I believe that because I have seen more and more Amish with like Trump stickers on their buggies and Trump flags. I'm not even kidding. Swear to God. And so I have seen um, more and more Trump or the support on the Amish stuff. And I have seen the video of the guy going around, and he had made it his mission to get the Amish registered to vote, which is amazing. Thank you so much to that guy. Um, but I haven't been able to find like a news article that says how many Amish registered, or if it was an actual number that was cited anywhere that shows like, hey, they are Amish and they are registered now. I know that there was over 200,000 new Republicans that registered in Pennsylvania. I am assuming some of the Amish were there. I will say that proudly I have harassed my sister enough finally that she is voting for the first time this year as a Republican, I will say. But it's been years and years of me being like, look, they lost Pennsylvania because you won't register to vote. So she finally did. Finally guilt tripped her enough. Cat Mama, I know you were looking for an update on the baby. Go back to the beginning of the video because you can hear. Well, she's not really a baby anymore. She turned 4. Today's her 4th birthday.
I cannot believe that.
I know. I know.
I remember you just laying up in the hospital forever.
Yeah, for freaking 36 hours
Yeah.
or
She took
longer.
her time. She took her time.
Ohio, you were asking about Ohio. They are at 40% reported, and they are at 1,199,336 to 1,178,374. But they're still within that 2% range. And so that's where you'll see them keep flipping back and forth as that data comes in. They're actually going pretty fast because I feel like whenever we first started, it was what, like 34% maybe? So it's coming in pretty steady. Ugh, a YouTuber named Nick. Yes, Nick. I had seen Nick's videos, and he was going from place to place and was uploading people.
Oh my lord, he's gonna make this as hard as he possibly can.
It's okay as long as he's not like right next to you because that was very loud. It hurt my
He
ears.
literally ran and got in his crate just to bark at me.
That's so funny.
He's Seal, come get your dog.
So funny. So this is the Associated Press's map here, and so they kind of show it a little bit differently. They have each county so that you can look at like each individual county as you're going through the little dots, and it shows you, where everybody's votes fall. You know what I'm interested to see actually? I want to see New York's, I think more than anything. And
Oh
not
yeah.
not because I think that Trump is going to win New York, but I do think that I think he's going to get a good amount of votes in New York
I don't
compared to.
know. He might win it. They're really, really mad that
Mhm.
they got the sanctuary city thing going on, and they're really, really mad about all those illegal immigrants.
Yeah,
And they're just those people up there are mad.
right.
Just period for
Well,
a
and I
reason.
I know a couple sensible Democrats that live in New York, and the one told me like he cannot ethically vote for um he can't vote for Kamala Harris because he thinks it would be disastrous for foreign policy. And that gives me hope like if even the strongest Democrat is like nope, I can't do this. You know what I mean? um, how many people feel the same way? I think they've really screwed up, or they did it just right. I'm curious if they were just trying to throw this election away, didn't want to put any effort into it so that they can let Trump get this out of the way. Then they can blame, the next 4 years. They already have it set up to be like disastrous, in my opinion. They're setting up for horrible things to happen all over the country because of the different policies that they've passed, the economy, all the crap. And then they're going to try to flip it back to blue in 4 years. And so my mind has gone there a little bit that they might do that.
Listen, I've been paying attention to the track record, okay?
Hmm.
That don't work with me. I'm
Yeah.
on to it. And as far as I'm concerned, then people are trying to surrender our flag to somebody else.
Yeah. And I think there's a lot of people who feel that way. Um, yeah, the lawsuits. Agreed. Hi, Lisa. It is stressful. I'm like, I don't know. I wanna keep sitting here with, like, my mouse over PA. Like, "Are you done yet? Are you still done yet?" Like, but they're only 9% reported, and I'm like, "Come on, you guys." I will say there was actually, like, a little bit of a line, not very many people, but a little bit of a line even in my rural PA, um, whenever I went to go vote this morning. But my line to me is like there was like 15 people there. It was intense. I had to wait like 15 minutes, but I don't know. I just want to keep watching this because I know if there's an area that's going to go red. See, here's the problem though. So this is Pittsburgh, this is Philadelphia, right here and right
Oh,
here. All of this will be red. You know what I mean?
yeah.
And then it'll be like blue, blue. But all the middle, we call this Pennsyltucky up in here.
I really think they should get rid of the college vote. Isn't that what they call that?
What, the
It,
Electoral College?
yeah, the electoral college.
The reason that they don't though, and I agree with it, because if you think about it, if we didn't get rid of the Electoral College, you would have states like California or New York really pulling and leading our elections, and so I understand why they do it the way that they do
So
it.
these other swing states
Mhm.
don't matter? I mean, either way, they're swinging.
No, but I'm
I
saying
think I think
if
that
you did
every
just the
vote
popular
should
vote.
count.
Yeah.
I think every vote should count.
If you did just the popular vote though, and you really look at where a lot of people live in these cities and things like that, the cities I feel like have too much pull in our elections if it was just the popular vote. I mean, especially if you think about it, there's not very many presidents, especially on the Republican side, that have ever won the popular vote.
I just think that every single vote should count, and it doesn't matter. That's what I think. It's my opinion. Every vote should count. Every single one. I don't care about the cities compared to the rural. I don't care. It's all America. It's all American soil.
Yeah,
They're all Americans.
right.
I don't care where they're living. I just think they should actually tally up the votes individually the right way.
Ugh. Yeah, I'm trying to see. I'm trying to get an actual. So only 19 of our presidents were elected without also winning the popular vote. So 19 out of the last 47 here. What did I do? I pressed the wrong button. I pressed the wrong button. This tells you. So like it shows like the popular vote versus like who won, basically. They didn't really like look, they didn't really switch to they were no party basically until popular vote. So it just goes down through everybody. It's crazy how many votes like have been coming in, honestly. Like 81 million votes. Look at the jump from Barack Obama even like he had 69 million votes and then 65 million votes. Donald Trump in 2016 when he won had 62 million votes. And then all of a sudden in 2020, Joe Biden jumps up to 81 million votes. Like that's crazy high compared to how many people have ever voted in these elections. Crazy, crazy. Sorry. Anyways, it's a lot of votes. Oh, Jax. Jax. Shh.
No, that's blue. That's the old cranky man.
Oh. Yeah, in the bushes says she will count them all, right? Oh,
Y'all trust my math? It's just on me then. Okay, I'm about to drug you. That's what
oh,
I'm gonna do.
no, you're
I'm
not. You're not gonna drug any animals on my panel.
I am.
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. Let me see. Let me pull this back up.
Where's that painkiller?
No, I'm a mute her. I'll just turn her down a little bit. Okay, we'll do it like that. Puppy treats. Yeah, we gotta get puppy treats. We gotta get you crisp. That's what we need to get. Then you have your dog barking all the time. What's wrong, baby? What's the matter? Do you want a hug? Hmm? You okay? I'm gonna tell everybody hi, it's your birthday? Huh. Hmm? Well, they're all in here talking. You wanna say hello? No. That's okay. You don't have to. Did I like actually mute you? I broke her. You're hoping Trump gets his 2020 win. Yeah. And all these well, I don't really see the point. I mean, I do not know what the point would be to overturn the 2020 election at this point. There's only like a month left, 2 months left in the whole situation. To me, that's like a waste of resources and whatever. All it would do is change the record books, but it wouldn't change anything that we've already had to live through for the last 4 years. It wouldn't change the economy, it wouldn't change all the crap, like nothing. So, to me, that's like a waste of it's a waste of energy and it's a waste of resources, in my opinion. All we can do is move forward at this point. If they were gonna overturn the election, it would have needed to be overturned to make a difference in anybody's lives within the first year or 2. But I think at this point, like, there's really no real purpose behind it because he can't change anything now that he wouldn't be able to just change in 2 months, if that makes sense. Uh-oh, Justin, votion of course. Voting site, that can't be right. I need to find a different thing. Daily Mail. Stop. Here it is, Daily Mail. Found it. PA voting site evacuated as disruptors try to upset the election result. All these pop-ups. Can't see a dang thing. A voting site in the key swing state of Pennsylvania has been evacuated after being stormed by disruptors. Multiple people burst into the Center County election office in Bellefonte shortly after 7 p.m. on Tuesday. Oh, that's so cool. Not right this second, baby. That triggered an evacuation by local police, according to the Century County report. I hope somebody is still watching very heavily all of those ballots just sitting there. Polls do not close in Pennsylvania until 8 p.m. The identities of the disruptors have not been shared, and no further details on their behavior have been released. It's unclear if they are supporting Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Ugh. Seriously. Yeah, I'm not surprised. True. Yeah, the damage is done. It's been done. If we could do it today, we would be led by a president, not the DNC, right? Mhm. Yeah, I seen like bomb threats, I think it was in Georgia. There's been a couple different things. Hold on. Let me see if I can pull up. Voting nationwide has been mostly orderly despite non-credible bomb threats from Russian origin. So there were bomb threats in Michigan and Georgia polling places, which caused delays in the vote as security officials cleared the locations. They turned out to be false claims. I do know that they extended the polling times for those areas so that people that were turned away because of the bomb threats or that were made to wait were able to still get their votes in. Um, it says also Pennsylvania Allegheny County workers have removed the initial batch of mail in ballots in the warehouse from their envelopes, and they're now processing mail in ballots that have been received Tuesday, according to the county executive's office. Results will not be posted until after 8 p.m., which we know that. In Lancaster County, Pennsylvania, election workers had finished opening and scanning over 50% of the 64,000 mail in ballots returned. I think it's just going through. In Union City, Georgia, just outside of Atlanta, there were several non credible bomb threats that caused temporary closure of two polling locations. They connected the bomb threats to an IP address. I don't think he's never been in charge either. Mm. All of the laws that were passed, they wouldn't. They would probably have to go through a process to change it because the laws were done through the House and the Senate, not through just the president. I don't think that there's any point, even if you change all the laws back to where it was before Trump became president or whenever Trump was president, even if you put every law back in time to what was going on back in 2020, it still does not change the amount of illegal immigrants. It still does not change the inflation rates. It still does not change the economy. It still does not change the vaccine mandates that caused hundreds of thousands of people to lose their jobs for a period of time and have to restart their 401ks and lose their status in their job places and things like that, just to be rehired back a year or two later. It wouldn't change any of those types of things that happened. It wouldn't change. And then anything else that would happen, I mean, would he even be able to take office now if they overturned that and was like, "Oh, it looks like it was his." So I guess, like, he was technically president for the last 8 years. Sorry about your luck. You know what I mean? I don't think that it would be anything that would be good, right? I just don't think it would be anything that would help us at all. Rough. Yeah, the most damaging changes were done by executive orders. You think you need to look at the executive order scope? Maybe. I mean, maybe executive orders shouldn't necessarily be a thing, but then again, whenever you have a deadlocked House and Senate, where do you go from there? How do you get around that? Um, I don't know. All right, let me see. Let me see who is live on the election. The final countdown. Bow, bow, bow. Oh, all right. MSNBC. So far, 20 million no, 944,140 votes were counted. So far, he is winning the popular vote at this moment. Clearly, paying student loans by executive order is super unconstitutional, right? So far, the Senate has gained one seat. This is probably one of the most important things is how many Republican or Democrats will be in the House and in the Senate. Did they just flash that? Arkansas flipped? It like was red striped for a second. Was Arkansas like blue before? Yeah, they did. They flashed it. But over here on this map, it's not showing as flipped. Now I need to look at the who won things map back in 2020. Yeah, Congress makes most of the laws, I would say. No, wing it. Wing it. We did not vote blue today. I don't know. I think there was only one person in here that said that they voted blue. I just have to say, if you voted blue, I can't help but wonder what is wrong with you. We will make it rhyme. ABC Australia.
Things that I know we probably can't talk about on television the other day with a microphone. And all these men don't realize is this is the kind of stuff that women have put up with basically our whole lives. It doesn't matter who you are or where you're
What did that just flash? Look at this.
time
Hold
for us to
on.
have a
It definitely said that there was a precinct that ran out of ballots. This
speak
was
up
right here.
about sexual harassment and other issues. Julie, thanks so much for joining us. I am keen to hear your perspective on the role gender has played in this race and the role it's going to play in the sort of numbers we're seeing tonight.
well, you've certainly seen a huge gender divide in the early vote, and it remains to be seen what happens in the same day vote today. But what you have seen, going back to even 2022, 2 years ago, is just an incredible number of women who are deeply upset about the rollback of women's rights in this country. Look, this is the first time in the history of the United States when a group of people actually had their rights taken away from them. And we've consistently seen that repeatedly happen. Over the last couple of years, you've seen referenda happen in different states where every time abortion has been on the ballot, those states, even Republican states, have voted to restore those rights. Florida today was the first state to have that fail. But nevertheless, state after state after state has seen women come out and make clear that their rights will.
Oh, shut up. I don't even care what she's saying right now. Um, I swear it's flashed up here on the bottom down here. I don't understand how people can say that women are losing their rights with this abortion thing, giving it back to the states, taking the presidents even out of that situation. Why would you want the president alone and stuff to be the one who decides it? Why wouldn't you want it to go to your local public officials and your local states? That's what confuses me. But look, lawyers for civil rights say that multiple precincts in Boston ran out of ballots today. That is insane. absolutely insane that they were running out of ballots for their voters. That's not cool. So what do? I guess they would probably give them what, provisional ballots and let them vote that way. But that's what I seen pop up and wow. Yeah, the world is as nervous as we are, right? Either way you lean. Congress needs term limits. I agree. I fully and totally agree. In the bushes. So I unmuted you like a long time ago. So if you are still muted, it is on your end, not on mine. You might have to leave and come back. All I did was I did turn down your mic a little bit. Like I didn't even leave you muted. I muted you and then unmuted you and turned down your mic so that the dog wasn't barking that loud. Um, but I'm not sure. You might have to leave and come back. Me. Go out and come back in the bushes. So, I don't know though, as far as this whole women's rights thing, I don't understand, I guess, the democratic mindset. Women have voted for right or have fought for their rights in this country for a very, very long time. They fought for equality. They fought for the ability to have women's sports. I mean, how many of you guys watched what was that? League of A League of Their Own, that movie? Um, how many of you guys watched that movie? It shows like the women trying to do baseball because that wasn't a thing that women were able to do, right? We all love that movie because that was something that they battled with. And now here we are and Democrats want to take all of these rights that women fought for and now they mean nothing because in a Democrat's mind, it's okay for any man who decides to that they want to be a woman today to compete in all of those women's sports to pretend that they're a woman in all of those things. And so that's what I don't understand. And so to say that like abortion is the most important thing to women voters, like no, I'm sorry. I don't want my daughter who is very dainty and already petite for her age and all of those things, if she wants to play baseball, to go up against like some big burly man woman that's going to be against her on the other side or like it's just not right. These women who have trained and trained and trained to become true athletes in their sports, and don't get me wrong, there are still the outliers, there are still women that will beat a man no matter what, but why should we be in a situation where we are just even putting it up for option to put men in women's sports? I mean, and to say that's less important than whatever else. Did you see Louisiana just popped up? It was no Keller. It just popped up 0% reported and it instantly went Donald Trump. They didn't even count any votes yet. They were like, this one's for Donald. I'm sorry. I was like, what in the world? I was like, wow, his number jumped. What just clicked in? And then I looked down, it's Louisiana.
Oh, goodness.
0% reported. You're Donald's. Oh man. Anyways, I don't know. What do you we can hear you now, by the way. I didn't realize,
Okay.
like, I thought maybe you had muted yourself at
I did
also.
for a minute because I wasn't sure if people could hear me because he started barking again. Y'all, he wants that laser. He
Mhm.
he he loves his red laser. He's for the red, and he wants to play. And I would do that if he wouldn't bark and sound ferocious and carry on in the background.
Right.
So I've now got him locked in his crate in the other room, and I'm hiding so we can have a live.
Cooter G says, I knew Louisiana is red. We like trash. Barbara is saying Texas is called for Trump. On here it's still showing in between, but they're more than 2% away, so it would not shock me. Look, they don't even have her on New Mexico. It's just Donald Trump and Chase Oliver.
And that is really surprising because New Mexico is traditionally a Democratic state.
Mhm. 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 Ugh, I cannot even. I can't believe that this entire election, all of the things, it's all coming down to the abortion. Like that is what people are willing they are willing and looking at through this. All they care about is abortion. That's it. And I don't understand why people think it's such a bad thing to put your local law enforcement, or I'm sorry, your local elected officials in charge of that right. I don't understand why you think that's a bad thing. Period. I don't know.
I don't know. As much as I want people to have their babies, I am for the right to choose.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, it doesn't mean that I like the choice.
Right, right.
But there are a lot of people that are in situations where they don't want to, but it's necessary. And it just is what it is. And I don't think that anybody should take that right away. I think people should decide on their own not to or to. And I don't walk in their shoes, so I don't want to make that choice for them.
I get that, but at the same time, so like I said, we're in a situation where people are just they just that's the most important thing going on right now in our entire country. That like I that's what I don't understand, I suppose. Is how is that the thing that makes or breaks this? Because whenever it comes down to it, taking it out of the president's hands and putting it to your local law enforcement, I or your local I don't know why I keep saying law enforcement. Your local leaders, like why is that such a horrible thing?
I don't think that it's necessarily a bad thing, but different states pass different laws.
Mhm.
And at least when it was federal, caught up in the federal courts, it was equal.
Mhm.
There were equal rights in every state because it was federal.
Yeah.
And
But there wasn't because the states still had different laws. So it wasn't equal. I mean, every state still had their own laws. Yeah. Hi, B Tim.
but it
How
it,
are you?
it but it wasn't like it is now.
Yeah. But that's all she has. That's it. Yeah, it's part of her platform. That's all she's got. That's her only part of her platform. She has
That's
nothing
it.
else. Like that's it. She is literally running on the backs of grandmas and old ladies everywhere who are worried about their nieces and their ability to kill a baby if they choose to or not. Like that's her whole thing. You know, they ask her about the economy. She talks about whenever she was a young child growing up and you know, her mother had to choose about groceries and she worked at McDonald's and then that turned out to be fake. You know, like all this different stuff. She doesn't answer a dang question about the economy at all. And then here we are, and that's the only thing. That's
Yeah,
literally
she's a
all
total
they are hitting
fraud.
on.
She's a total fraud. She's a fraudster.
Me. Let me pull up the photo. The lady came out and was like the picture that she shared saying that she was working at McDonald's literally was this lady with Kamala Harris's face over on it, and the lady was able to put the actual photo out and show the lie. Here it is. See, this is the actual lady, and then this is the photo. It's super tiny. Hold on. So she shared this on X and was like, "This is me. Yeah, now the cult can rest because this is me at McDonald's." And then it was actually this lady who came out like almost instantly and was like, no. No, I don't she didn't work at McDonald's, that's literally me. Hi, Wally Wack. Kind of reminds me of the story that Biden told when he worked as a guy at the pool. Yeah, like why? It's so stupid. Why should red Utah pay for blue state abortions, period, right? Harris did fake door knocking video also. Ugh, white leg hairs. You're the worst feminist ever on many topics. Yeah. I mean, listen, I have 2 daughters. It doesn't change the fact that I still think that the states should have their own choices. I know Candace Owens did a great job on all of her stuff. A wonderful job really going through everything. Wally, Wally, if you want to join us up on panel, I can send you the link.
Come on up.
We were talking about farming and discussing all of this. And I was like, well, if nobody comes, because I know that there's like hundreds of people live right now about the election, if nobody comes, then we'll just farm and chat. Hmm. Let me see if I can find. Where did my video go? I didn't realize I took it down. The story about corn pop, right? Hold on, B Tim. I'll send you the link too if you want to join us. I don't know if you're on panel somewhere already. Please don't bring up the farming simulator. We got into that issue last time. But now they know, unfortunately, now they know that Dylan Rounds is not, in fact, in my basement. Unfortunately, for his family. You know, I don't know if I would want to do this job. I was thinking about this and how you get into going and actually becoming part of the people who scan the ballots. But I don't know how I would feel about literally standing there and scanning hundreds of thousands of ballots. That would be rough to me. So I did put up CNN so that we could see what they're saying, because I do feel like the Fox News is being a little bit too aggressive with which states they are calling for them. Hi, B Tim. How are
Hey,
you?
what's up? Nothing much. Just hoping you don't implicate me in another scandal where I get accused of being part of planning a murder because we watched Farm Simulator while you played
I
the game.
I make no freaking promises. No at all.
Not even joking. That was actually done to me. And Sooth Mom, it was actually done. Jeez Louise. But anyway, yeah, I mean, I pretty much called that like Trump was gonna win after the assassination attempt, and then he was almost assassinated again. I was like, yeah, there's probably like zero chance that she's winning.
Do you think that that's what did it? I
Yeah,
honestly, I
symbolism
hope
is
that
a
you're right.
symbolism. I mean, the symbolism is a very powerful thing. And
Mhm.
I think that's one thing that Trump really understands because that's how he's made his money. He's made his money based on branding himself to multiple bit like, franchising on buildings and stuff like that. He's a
Sure.
brand expert. And when you understand brands, you understand symbolism, and you understand symbolism can be used as a great way to actually get people to notice you and to, vote for you or to actually follow you. And that's what happens. I think Kamala Harris is terrible at symbolism, and that's why she's losing. Humans have symbolism is probably the most important thing when it comes to how human society interacts. You know what I mean? Like if you read Carl Jung, if you understand symbolism, the architect, stuff like that. When Donald Trump was basically shot at him and he raised his fist up, that is a symbolism of defiance against some kind of force pressing against him. Well, what does Kamala Harris have?
Sure.
Well, you
Sure.
don't think it was reverse psychology?
No, reverse psychology. They'll
To
get
me,
them. Yeah,
I,
you go.
I agree. I agree with what you're saying to a point, but to me, I do think that their biggest mistake was picking somebody who was already not liked and then
Yeah,
trying to make her likable. And then what they did was they tried to cater to every single audience all
which
at the same time, which ended up hurting her because by trying to cater to the Jewish, she lost the Muslim voters in Michigan. Like they were literally coming out last week telling their people to vote for the third party candidate, and that's going to kill the Democratic Party if that actually happens.
yeah,
And then on the other side of things, you have the fact that, like I said, she because she literally changes with the wind, nobody knows who she is. Nobody knows what she actually stands for, and we all know what Trump is. I mean, that man couldn't fool anyone if he tried. And to me, that is, because he's so brutally honest, because he can't keep anything inside of his head. Whenever it comes to his brain, he literally thinks it and it comes out.
yeah,
Because of that, he's predictable in what type of things are going to take place. And so
yeah.
that's where the thing is, because with Kamala, we don't know what we're going to get. But then there's also like the disrespect from foreign countries. Like the foreign affairs would terrify me if she becomes president.
Hmm.
Oh dear, we can't survive it. We
Well, I
cannot
mean,
survive it.
I don't know. It's the one thing though disappointed with Trump is like when he was president, he basically increased government spending
Hmm.
tremendously, and I think that is a major problem. I think you need to really cut government spending by
Right.
tremendous amounts, and I say that for any Democrat or Republican, it needs to be cut, and
Sure.
there needs to be a free
Do
market.
you think that Joe Biden slash Kamala Harris cut government spending?
No,
No, I mean, literally, we are going to go poor trying to pay each illegal immigrant as they come in $9,000, and we're letting them in by the trillions. Like,
well, the
we can't do
issue,
that.
well, not the trillions because that's not,
Well, I mean, it feels
figurative
like it.
speech.
Yeah, yeah,
No,
right.
but the issue is that you need to cut government spending to let the actual with government money being spent, you have an
Hmm.
artificial market, and it's not
Sure.
a free market. You have the government picking winners and losers, and that is not what the government's job is. The government's job is to like make sure people don't get scammed and make sure your food doesn't have poisons in it or stuff like that. But it shouldn't be picking winners and losers, and there should be an actual free economy.
How do
And
you how do you feel about him putting Elon Musk in charge of
I
cutting
think Elon
spending?
Musk is a scammer. I don't like the guy.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah.
I think he's a grifter. I think he will jump to any party that will like because he is part of the problem. Elon Musk gets a ton of money from the government, and
Hmm.
he is that's the only reason why that company exists. It does not exist because of a free market. There are tons of better car companies, and they're actually backing away from EVs a lot of the way because they can't get actual fuel stations for the damn things to actually fill them up. So they're going with a hybrid model. If you try to go to a local rental to rent like EV cars, no one wants them because you break down, and if you don't fully charge the battery, you get paid. You have to pay extras, a ton of money extra
Right.
for. And the problem is that Elon Musk will suck up to any government age, any Democrat or Republican that will toss him a bunch of government money, and that's it.
Hmm.
I don't trust him, and I think Donald Trump's being played by Elon Musk, and he should just completely cut him off.
Sure. Sure. And then so as far as, let me see if I can find a different one, because this one's showing her at 99, and I feel like they call some of these states
They
way too
do.
easy. Whoops.
I think they really do. They call him way too much. You don't know until probably way, way later tonight. I mean, but that's everyone's going to be calling it. You're going to have the Democratic Party going to be calling, more for the for Kamala, and you're going to have the Republicans call more for Trump early on. And I think like, it is what it is.
Right. Yeah, that's why it's really hard to find people who are genuinely in the middle, You know what I mean?
Well,
And
technically, there's no one in the middle, to be honest
right.
with you.
Everybody has their own motives. I agree with that. Um, but I would still like to see a map that that looks reliable. You know what
Hmm.
I mean?
Yeah, I mean, and I think you're right. I mean, just pushing it that we're worried about abortions, Roe's, right? That stuff is not. That was her tactic, and I think you need to do more than that. You need to tell people what's your plans, because a lot of people, they haven't gotten pay raises, their food prices are going up, there's multiple conflicts in the world going on, and
Hmm.
people are getting worried. And you can't. I mean, people are more worried about the food they're able to afford and the house they're living in than other issues. They go for the basics. You know what I mean?
Right.
I'm sorry to say that, but that's how it is. You know,
Do you think that any states are going to flip that we're not expecting?
don't know. I don't know. Like I don't. I can't even speculate to that. I just don't know. I think anyone that just speculates what people are going to vote, I think like probably a lot of Democrats are kind of not enthusiastic. That's
Right.
what I think. The truth of the matter is, and that might cause some flipping. I think it depends who's more enthusiastic. I think, like, unfortunately, Biden hurt the Democratic Party by being kind of selfish and not cutting out early and allowing, either letting Kamala come in early, like way earlier, so she could actually build, some momentum, or get
Hmm.
someone else who
Yeah.
could have been way better, that people would have definitely chosen over. I just think this was a last minute ditch effort, and I feel kind of insulted because I'm a Democrat, and I don't like the fact that you just basically threw some lady
Yeah.
without
Like you didn't
actually.
even get to choose.
You didn't even get to choose, and that to me is just ridiculous. It's not right. It's really
Right.
not right. And it's like, oh well, that's what happens. People are not going to be enthusiastic. But some people will vote for Kamala, and we'll see. Even though they go party lines, and that's how it is.
Hmm.
Yeah,
No, I agree. As far as her being like placed in instead of him, I really think that he's like bitter against her about it. Every time that she is doing some type of important speech or important rally that all of the press is there and stuff like that,
yeah,
he has made it a point to go live and to like come out and start talking, so all of the press switches from her over to him, and it's like, is he literally trying to sabotage voters getting to know her? um
Yes.
that's what I mean. Like that's why he understands Brandon. By the way, they say Ohio Trump gained Ohio. By the way,
yeah, I see that. 57% reported.
well,
He's up 300,000.
yeah, I
Votes right now.
mean, California is a big state. We know that's where that's going. I think we know that one where that one's going to
Hmm.
go. So
He'll
watch.
get she'll get Washington, Oregon, and California.
Yeah, for
We're
sure.
expecting that.
Pennsylvania's a swing state. You know,
But we were never a swing state until Trump.
yeah,
Like, Trump is this is the first time that we're like, I mean, 2016 shocked everyone whenever PA turned blue, or I'm sorry, turned red from blue,
yeah,
because PA had been historically a blue state. We
yeah,
had always been. I think what's happening is the Democratic Party used to be the party of the working class. They used to be a party of the people. And
And then they
somehow with
killed the
Trump,
working class.
yeah, like somehow with Trump in 2016, I think he opened a lot of people's eyes to the fact that the Democratic Party was not going for the working class anymore. They were not, supporting the working class the way that they were supposed to. They were not following through on their promises that they made year after year after year. And a lot of these working class citizens woke up and realized, like, hey, you guys are now going for
yeah.
the elites. You're now going for the upper class citizens, the more college
Well, to be
educated people.
to be fair, both parties do that. Unfortunately, on both sides, you see the
I
Republicans.
agree. I,
You
I
know,
totally agree. I think that most politicians are dirty rats, but I do think that Trump can't be bought. And that's the difference. And that's why there's Republicans that can't
Don't,
stand Trump and hate him.
yeah, I get it, but don't put you know what I mean? Like he was very disappointing with the government spending and stuff like that. We'll see what happens. I'm pretty sure he's going to win. I don't think she's going to pull through, but we'll see. There's been bigger upsets in the past. We'll see if she pulls through or not. But either way, it's if I think probably if Trump gets into the office, probably the stock market's probably going to go up probably, and there's going to be a lot more enthusiasm for the business sector, though, in my opinion.
Yeah, for sure.
And then you go.
So sorry. So she asked, LM asked, did Kentucky flip from blue to red? So I did pull up this map from 2020, and Kentucky was red in 2020. So that one didn't flip. Georgia was blue in 2020. And then these all were blue. So far between, oops, I just closed the other one. Hold on.
Oh shoot, amateur mistakes going on.
I
here.
know.
What are you
Can't
doing?
even.
You gotta sell coffee like Crowder. It's got like... By the way, can you believe that whole Tim Pool thing with the Russian the Russian money that he was getting? Jeez Louise,
No.
I couldn't believe that. I was laughing.
Who?
Tim Pool, man, he has a podcast, and he was getting basically the Russian government. I think, we're secretly donating money to his show using like proxies, and they finally found that out, and it was just
Wow.
Oh goodness.
yeah, to put like more Russian. Maybe he wasn't. It could be that he was pro-Russia a little bit with the whole Ukraine and Russia thing, but they were definitely talking like money. You should read it. Like it was like they would spend like $500,000. They would buy a cell phone and use that to connect that to him. It was weird. And now suddenly Russian money's dried up, and he's like, I gotta fire people now. We can't have a skateboard court anymore. Oh my god, I thought that was funny.
So the states that are showing red now that were blue before is currently Virginia, but they're only separated by about 25,000 votes currently, with 53% reported.
Yeah.
Wisconsin, but they're only 5% reported, so that's not even worth looking at right yet. And then Minnesota, we're all blue.
Yeah.
On the last map. Everything else, it looks like, are the same. Actually, no. Iowa was red in 2020. So we'll see where that ends up. And this one was red in 2020.
Yeah.
I am having a hard time believing, I guess what, 40% reported. Kamala is currently winning Kansas. That I can't believe. That has to be. That's going to end up flipping.
Maybe she pulled them in with her when she worked at that supermarket. They really liked that enthusiasm. They were like, with that we worked in supermarkets. Gotta vote for her. You never know. I mean, you never know.
Yeah, but I seen people actually get their French fries served to them by Donald Trump, and I mean,
listen, is that real or is that fake? I'm kind of not sure with reality these days with AI stuff, man. I don't even know if that's real.
Did you see the video?
Yeah, I've seen the video, but I'm just joking because I'm like,
oh no, he totally had grease stains on his shirt.
Because like with the AI, because at first when I saw that, I was like, is this an AI generated program? Like someone was just making jokes with him working at the McDonald's. And I was like, oh, okay, that's him. Okay. Because like it's crazy technology. You could do like real time AI change your face to anything. I've seen like men turn into like beautiful women while real time live streaming, and they show like the two faces. I've seen like literally 70-year-old grannies look like they're 21 years old.
Actually,
Wow.
I've seen stuff like that also whenever we were researching for the internet safety lives that we did.
Oh, it's worse now. It's way worse now. It's like the technology's way better. You could do it like real time while you're live streaming. Real time, not a video, not like literally, and it's a big thing there. So, and I saw that with the Donald Trump. I was like, is this an AI? Because AI is getting really good at tricking people, to be honest with you. And it's like, because that was some surreal stuff. Stocks went up today, anticipation of Trump. Yeah, man, I think there's going to be a lot. I just hope like the reason, like, I'm hoping we don't end up like Venezuela, where there's this ton of government spending. But luckily, I think they actually, you know, um, yeah, that's the problem. Too much government spending is just kills the economy, and I just don't like it.
Hmm.
Um, you're never going to get all the debt paid off. You never. That will never happen in a million trillion years. But you can get it to be manageable, and you can also get it to be that you actually have an actual economy that is not picked by winners and losers. But we'll see if Trump would do it or Kamala. We don't know who's going to win, but doubtful Kamala's going to do that. But
I think I think that's the problem is that freaking right now, both of them, I mean, okay, you're worried about what he spent back in 2016. I
yeah,
mean, they certainly didn't try to stop the spending. And whenever it comes down to it, I'm going to be that person that people are going to be like, "Oh my god, she doesn't care about anybody." But whenever it comes down to it, like I'm so tired of paying taxes and watching people here struggle while we feed the rest of the world. And while we take care of the rest of the world and while we fund the rest of the world's wars and different things like that. Like I'm just so tired of spending billions and trillions of our money, literally our tax dollars on everyone else while this nation struggles.
well, that
Yeah.
goes to picking winners and losers with the econ. Like with when you cut government spending,
Mhm.
that means the money. You're not you can lower taxes. You can actually
Right.
because when you haven't bloated government, like it's bloated, then you can cut taxes for people, and then
Mhm.
the actual economy actually picks the real winners and losers instead of just artificial, and you'll actually get like capitalism that
Yeah.
actually would work, and that would actually get people more jobs and fix it up. And I also think like at a certain point the government needs to interfere with monopolies because
Mhm.
there's so many tech monopolies that need to be dealt with. But we'll see if they do that. That's what I hope they think about because like it's getting to the point where the mom and pop shops, they're gone.
Oh yeah.
They're done. And that's because we allow monopolies to just basically run amok of this freaking country, you know. And that's because we pick winners and losers. This tax system is more inclined for the giant corporations than the actual small company, small mom and
Mhm.
pop shops.
Right.
So
Right. The last 3 years jobs report has been dominated by civil servants jobs. Everyone has had to be downsized with actual numbers. Yeah.
yeah, and the problem is like you what's to me it's like it's just it's a problem. You have to do something about it, and it will hurt, in the beginning. But like you don't want to end up like each of these states being bankrupt, and then you have to pay a pension, and then they have to negotiate the pension plans for people. It's just in New York City, like the major problem is there's a lot of corruption, there's a lot of misappropriation of funds, and also there's the fact that there's infrastructure that should be fixed up. The subway system is like falling apart. You have a lot of homeless people just all over the place, and the money's not being properly spent. And when they do have homeless facilities, it's like the a relative, the mayor runs it and it makes 500 to $1 million a year while they're literally sleeping on a mat, like while the homeless people are sleeping on like a mattress on the floor with like garbage like on the side. It's like,
Yeah.
and they're paying
Well,
$4,000 rent for each homeless person.
right. Well, even in Ohio, even so, I'm going to bring up the Haitians. I'm not trying to be controversial right now,
Oh
but
shit!
even in Ohio, where the Haitians are currently staying, it's been proven that that mayor there owns most of the houses,
Yeah,
conveniently invested in real estate to the homes that they then place these migrants in. 4 to 5 to a bedroom inside of these homes. You're talking about 20 to 30 Haitians
yeah.
living inside of one 4 to 5 bedroom
And
house.
then they get the government to pay them the rent.
Yeah, it's sick.
And
And so you get the mayor like coming out and being like, "Hey, there's no crisis here." Well, of course not, buddy, because it's lining your pockets. We have the same type of stuff going on in PA. There's a city called Charleroi that
yeah,
actually is not too far from where I am, and they have a meat packing plant. They all of the workers started getting laid off and stuff like that, and then they brought in um, Haitians to replace these workers inside of this packing plant, and so it's just honestly, it's sick. It's sick the way that that we're watching
Well, it's
jobs that people in our country that used to have those jobs are being outsourced to these individuals. And don't get me wrong, I understand the American dream, and I know that these immigrants who have come here for these jobs are doing it because they want to help their families back home. A lot of them are sending money legally back to the people inside of their countries that they love and that they want to help and stuff like that. But I don't think that the American dream for these individuals um, should be more important than the American dream for our current citizens. And if we can't help our current citizens fulfill that American dream, then we shouldn't be helping anyone else before our own citizens. And that's where I kind of like get a little bit selfish because, you watch these people, but not only that, but they're also being put into deplorable conditions
yeah.
once they come here, but it's okay because they came from a third world country. Like,
Well,
no,
the
that's not
issue
the right way
is
to do it.
like, I also say like a lot of times these guys from outside the country are being taken advantage of by these corporations.
Mhm,
They don't understand English a lot of times, and then they get hurt on the job because they don't understand the safety procedures, and
mhm,
also a lot of times that they don't get paid what they should be paid for that job, what that and because they're undercutting. They're making, and they don't care if that employee gets hurt or whatnot. I mean, it's just, to me, it's not a good thing all around. I don't think it's a good idea. I think I've seen construction situations where individuals who didn't speak a word of English, didn't understand the safety procedures, and then gets hurt, and then they're disabled for the rest of their lives
mhm.
because of that. And it
Right?
was cheap for the company to get that guy, but now that guy's going to sue. Of course, the insurance company's going to pay up a little bit of money. It's not actually coming out of the guy's pocket, and that's pretty much it. So where is Mister the rapper? I thought the rapper guy was going to run.
What rapper guy?
The guy with the who replaced all his front teeth and went crazy.
Oh, I don't know nothing about all that.
he,
Oh, no. That sounds about right though, right?
he,
No,
he
so I
was
was just curious because I was, like,
he's
thinking
on
to
Alex
myself, I
Jones.
wonder who. Oh, okay.
He was on Alex Jones's show, and he was going
Oh,
crazy.
jeez.
I guess he's not running. That's good.
Mhm. So I was just curious though, like, where the Senate races are falling so far, and I also wanted to show you guys. So Georgia is right now 75% reported. It's 2,100,000 to 1,900,000. So Trump's getting a pretty decent lead in Georgia currently. Still 25% to go though, so who knows what can happen there. And then North Carolina is at 58% reported, so a little bit more than half, but they're only separated by about 100,000 votes there. So that one is going to be extremely close, I think.
Mhm.
Virginia is only separated by about 50,000 votes right now.
Yeah.
Trump is currently leading at 57% reported. And then here comes Slowpoke, Pennsylvania, still only 28% reported. I keep like updating the screen trying to hope and pray that like it's going to change, but it's not. Wisconsin just recently switched from red to blue.
Mhm.
They are now at 17% reported,
Yeah, I think like
18% reported now.
yeah, we'll see if it's gonna be like a close one. Maybe Kamala pulls it off, but we'll see. I don't know. We will see.
How do you feel about like foreign affairs, depending on which side wins? What's your thought points on that? Because I know you do lean more Democratic.
Mhm.
You are, a registered. We truly have a diverse panel right now because you're a registered Democrat. I am a registered Republican. Bush
I'm
is
independent.
wherever the wind blows. Yeah, she's
Wherever when
independent.
she's in the bushes,
She's in the
Yes.
bushes, and so
you could tell by my enthusiastic voice about how happy I would be when Kamala wins. Yeah, very enthusiastic.
yeah. I mean, and so that's
So
saying something though, because you are, if I had to say, you are a pretty liberal, person in general whenever
yeah,
it comes down to things. And I
I'm
don't
not
know.
really enthusiastic with her. I honestly, I thought I was very annoyed with Biden, honestly, with that situation. I was very, very annoyed.
Yeah.
He should have picked someone. I wanted someone, to be honest with you, I wanted the Democratic Party to pick someone younger. I wanted someone at least in their like at the most in their 60s,
Hmm.
and maybe like try to get someone in their early 60s into there, someone that would revigorate the whole party. And what we got was a geriatric guy who couldn't remember his own name, and then leftovers Kamala, who is unlikable, who is just everything that you kind of hate like politics. Like, oh, we should just vote for her so we can have the first woman president. No, we should vote for her because she's qualified. That's the point.
Right.
And the problem is like she's always been rich. She's always got money. She's
No, no, no. Her mom struggled. Didn't you hear that story?
sure. So
She has said it at every single rally that she's ever done in the history of
mm,
forever. Hi, PJ. Oh, nope, can't hear you if you're talking. And so the let me see. So they are saying on Newsmax called North Carolina for I don't see that though. Let me go back a couple seconds. Let me see here. I don't know if you can actually call it for anyone though. I think they do it too early. Like, hey, I think that I should be in charge of calling it for people, and I am calling Pennsylvania and Wisconsin both for Trump. I'm calling it right now.
okay.
Sleuth mom called it. Let's
That's good.
close down the race.
That's it. I guess we just end this now. Have
We'll
a good
just
day, guys.
we got this. Yeah, where we at? How many votes do we need? Just like that, Trump took a landslide victory. Heck, let's give him New York too. We
Why
all know
not?
that you guys are tired of the migrants.
Listen, honestly, it's not like it's affected. Actually, it's more like affected like
The cities.
the cities, not like actually the outer boroughs. Actually,
Hmm.
like Brooklyn, Queens, you don't really see it too much. The Bronx, you mostly like hear about it like New York, but I haven't really experienced it too much. So it hasn't been that big of a problem, but it's just an added feature to this situation. So we'll see. I don't know. I mean, how I think she's going to do in a trade war, or I don't know.
I'm more
I,
worried about a regular war. I mean, I feel like they're trying to start so many right now.
Wars are not profitable. Like, just they're better off trying to do a trade war or stuff like that.
Hmm.
I don't think like countries are going to try to fight the United States or something like that, or cloak it. But what I mean, I just don't see it. I don't know. I think if you're the closest thing you're ever going to get to a war is a proxy war where the United States funds another country that just goes to war with another country we don't like, and we just sit back and we just throw money at them, very much, like Ukraine and Russia right now, like so, kind of like that. But, I don't know.
Sleuth for president. Sleuth mom for president.
Yeah, your first act would be to sub up to your channel and hit the like
Yeah.
button.
Everybody stop what you're doing. I'm signing an executive order. You must be subscribed to the channel.
And hit the like button.
And hit the like button. You can hit the dislike button. It still does the same thing in the algorithm.
And
I
leave a
appreciate
comment.
you either way.
Leave a
Yeah.
comment. I voted. That's
And if you follow all of my orders, I will give you a wrench on my channel.
That's a lot of wrenches. You'll be there till like Kingdom. Imagine like all those people, like you were president, like you had like 500,000 people do that. Now you have to give wrenches to everyone.
There is a guy on YouTube that literally gives every single person that comes into his chat a wrench. His name is Father Fish.
Father
He's an
Fish.
aquarium. He is an aquarium buff, but
Mm.
he gives every single person a wrench.
JP, if you're gonna write in a name on the ballot, my name is Donald Trump. That's my real name. It's not Sleuth Mom. You got to write my full name. It's Donald Trump. If you're gonna, no, I'm just kidding. Just kidding. Like Donald Trump had a panel guest on their live stream yesterday talking about drugging their dogs. Dun dun dun.
I didn't
Hey,
say nothing
listen.
about that. Who the hell
Listen
is
to
saying that?
me.
That
That
was
is
before Bush.
regular medication given daily.
You're
I'm not
gonna,
slipping him Mickeys. That's
you're
really
gonna
his
get me into
medication.
you're gonna get me into trouble. I'm already in trouble. You're gonna get me into
Oh
more trouble.
no,
They'll be
I'm
like
no.
gonna
beats
get
him
accused of
exposed.
animal abuse.
Beats him exposed. I
Beat
mean,
him exposed.
you
Add it to
know,
the
hanging
video.
out with like people drugging dogs. Bad enough on these streets.
Oh man.
That's his
No.
regular medication. I'm just saying it's prescribed to him.
It's prescribed. I got the bottle right here.
Yep. You didn't hear him barking though. I mean,
It
he's
was very loud.
illegal, y'all.
He's
He's
illegal.
illegal.
What the hell is
He
illegal?
a Weagle is a Beagle Dash Hound.
Oh, okay. So okay. Still don't know
Yeah,
what
and he's dapple. He's silver dapple, but he looks like a beagle with short legs.
okay.
And he's long, and he's old, and he kind of has some dementia going on, and he
So kind of like Biden.
barks. Yeah. He just
It's got
stands there
dementia
and
going.
barks into the air for no reason.
Marks. I remember the funniest thing about Biden when he told the story about Corn Puff. You ever heard? Remember he started talking about the story of Corn Puff or something like that. Like there used to be a bad gang leader that confronted me named Corn Puff or something, and I confronted him, and it was just the weirdest shit that he said in 2017. It was the most hilarious though. Corn Puff, Corn Pop. Actually, it was Corn Pop. That was
So
their story.
big news coming in from Virginia. The judge in rural Virginia City has ordered 2 officials there to certify the results of the election after they filed a lawsuit last month threatening not to certify unless they were able to hand count the ballots.
Jesus
They
Christ.
are now saying, no, you have to do it. You have to use the machines, essentially.
Mm.
You know how long that would take, depending on how big your county is. Like I seen a video, it was so cute, of this one county only had like 6 voters or 7 voters in it, because it was so rural, and they literally like tallied them on a whiteboard, and it was like, and it was split. There was 3 votes for Harris, 3 votes for Trump, and 1 for the independent. I was like, seriously, guys, you couldn't even get your 6 people to agree. Oh, Lord help us all.
So the story of Corn Pop. This is it. The year was 1962, and Joe Biden was a swimming pool security guard in the early 20s. Had a problem. A tough guy by the name of Corn Pop, leader of the Delaware gang called the Romans, was waiting for him outside the pool. In Biden telling Corn Pop what was bad was a bad dude who ran a bunch of bad boys. Was armed with a straight razor, backed by other gang members. He was threatening to cut the future president, vice president, or president. Instead of calling the police, Biden met Corn Pop and his cronies heads on, having armed himself with a 6-foot chain. I wish someone made like a sketch for this because it'd be hilarious. After the standoff, Corn Pop backed down. Like, I just need a sketch of this, like him with his shoe, like weird chain around, and like literally you have like with that playwright, like that musical, that gay musical.
Oh
When
no.
you're
Was West Side Story.
West Side, so he like sit back. Like, or like the people from Grease is like the guys, like one of them's got their hair greased up and he's got he's got the blade. He's like, listen, Joe, you disrespected me. My name's Corn Pop. That'd be hilarious.
Oh,
I swear to God, they need to make a sketch of that. Maybe they did, and I just missed it. Sad days, man. Sad days. I missed that one. When you reject all the way, and they just run up to Joe Biden, just singing while he's swinging his chain around.
Yeah,
I'm
it
gonna do
really
something.
does sound like a musical.
It does sound like a musical,
It sounds
actually.
like West Side Story going on.
Yeah.
West Side Story 2. Dun dun dun. So here's Pennsylvania. I told you guys Pittsburgh is blue, and then over here will be blue, and the rest of it will be red. And they'll still be like, I don't know. Hopefully he wins.
I have a
Though.
feeling you could have ran and gotten more than 10,000 votes than some of these people.
Well, honestly, I was thinking that because like this guy, he only has where was those numbers at? Where did I see that just now? Oh. Oh wait, I gotta do this and then I gotta do this. Like 10,406 and 10,451. I knew who Jill Steen was. I actually looked into her a little bit. I had never heard of this guy
Yeah.
until I got to the polls today. And I was like, who is that? Like, what? This makes me sad though. So he didn't want anybody to vote for him. And people are still voting for him, like 206,000 votes. And so that frustrates me because it's like if Trump ends up losing the race by 200,000 votes, like that's gonna suck.
Why you run?
Well, because they wouldn't take him off the ballots in some areas,
Oh, okay.
you know? Thank you for taking the stress out of the election. Yeah, we're working on it.
Listen, I mean, at the end of the day, it's. I don't know. I mean, like it just keep on circling. It is what it is. I mean, people who like because a lot of people like, oh my God, Trump will win, the country's over, and there's
Do
people
you
like,
think
oh
there's
my
going to be
God.
riots again?
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I can't predict the stupidity of people. Because like to me, it's like people act like Donald Trump is this like gigantic revolutionary character that is going to just change everything. It's like he was already president before,
and he didn't change that much.
Yeah, and he didn't
like
change
he
that
really
much.
didn't do that much. Yeah.
Yeah, like he's not. You know what I mean? Like it's not like he's the first act he goes into like the White House and be like, okay, half the government's fired. Send out the pink slips. Like honestly, I would have been like, if he did that, I'd be like, wow, that's actually amazing. And then if he's like, okay, we're gonna put money into the IRS and we're gonna cut taxes for everyone. We're gonna cut taxes for everyone. I mean, like, and we're gonna not give China any more third world status so that they can destroy America with their free shipping, basically. And we're gonna, if he did that, I'd be like, whoa.
You know what's gonna kill me though is like those tariffs are gonna really affect my Temu.
Yeah.
Well, I've seen how your Temu's packed. It's not good. I'm just saying.
You talk about the packaging has gotten a lot better.
I've seen have you ever watched a Temu packaging? Holy.
Listen, I ordered
Wisconsin
glass
has
from
flipped
them.
like 3 times. Every time a percent comes in, it flips one way or the other. Have you guys been watching that? It literally keeps going like red, blue, red, blue, red, blue.
Yeah, let me see.
Do I got any volume?
I can hear you. Hi, PJ.
Hey.
Here, I'm going to show you a video of your Temu packaging in the back.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know if I can post. I'm not used to this, but here, this is how your Temu gets packaged.
It's PJ. No. Is that actually Temu?
Yes.
How you know that?
Because that's the videos that snuck out. They have them like shirtless, and they just like do that. That's what they're doing.
They're like all in their boxers. Are they worried they're gonna steal the free Chinese stuff?
Shirtless is important.
Well, that guy in the end
has.
There's 2 guys at the end with shirts. Maybe they're just really hot.
No, those are girls.
Okay. Well, they have shirts on, I think. So I mean, just to get you an idea. So this is where your Temu gets packaged.
Oh my gosh.
Is that the local jail? Are those prisoners?
I don't know. They do sometimes use prisoners. I don't think those are prisoners. I think those are workers, actually. They get paid.
If we are doing a civil war tomorrow, please no raisins in the potato salad. Yeah, I agree. That's nasty. I don't know why that even became a thing. Let's just talk about that for a second.
Is
What,
that
the
a
Civil
thing?
War with
Yeah,
potatoes?
no. Raisins in the potato salad.
What do you
I've
mean
seen people
raisins
do
in the
that.
potato
Like
salad?
some people make potato salad and they put raisins in it.
I've never had that in my entire life.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
well,
can't. I
be
can't.
happy. Be happy. It's not
Well,
recommended.
if that was like in New York and I saw like a black thing in my potato salad, I'd think like a roach took a shit in it or something. I'd be like throwing this in the trash. Be like, I want my money back. I'm calling the police because this is not right. Why is there
Oh
like
no.
why
Somebody
is
get the health department in here.
yeah, like what is this black things in my potato salad? I'm calling the police.
That's
Am
so
I
funny.
sick? I need to go to the hospital. Pump my stomach now.
Oh no.
Like that's what I was thinking. I'd be like, oh my god.
Mm-mm.
Luckily, that has never happened to me. Luckily,
Guys, we have breaking news from NBC.
all right.
Oh
so-
geez, what's NBC saying?
Sarah McBride becomes first transgender woman elected to Congress. NBC News projects.
Sarah McBride? I don't even know who that is.
Oh my.
I think that's extremely important, right?
Sarah McBride.
She's transgender? Where's this at?
Apparently.
AP has called this race.
Let me see.
American activist politician. Let me pull this up. She has been a Democratic member of the Delaware Senate. Okay, so she has already been in the Senate. Which state did you say?
It didn't say. It just said that they becomes first transgender woman elected to Congress.
It sounds like Delaware, maybe.
Yeah, Delaware.
Yeah, but it says that she's been a part of their Senate already.
Oh, maybe
It
she
sounds
did one.
like she ran again.
Oh.
You
It
have
says
to get
US
voted
House-
in every year or every election. You
Oh,
have to
did
be
she switch to
revoted.
the House?
Yeah, it says U.S. House.
Okay.
U.S. House.
So she went from senator to House.
Yeah, it looks like that.
Isn't that a
Mhm.
demotion?
That's what I was thinking. Like, isn't that the Senate more important than the House typically? Like, I mean, it's not more important. That
Let me
sounds horrible
see.
because they're
Sarah
equal
McBride,
powers, but
Delaware's.
there's a lot.
Let me see. Yeah, Sarah McBride, Delaware State Senator, will win her state at large U.S. House seat, making her the first out transgender person to serve Congress. Seeing
Huh.
effects.
Are they talking about like not the state level? Like, is she moving to federal level now? Like, was she state level and now she's federal?
Oh, you
Yeah.
know what? You might be right. Yeah, so she was probably state level before.
Yeah, at large seat was vacated when ongoing Representative Lisa Blunt Rochester opted to run for the state open U.S. Senate seat. Despite running a reliable blue state, McBride emphasized her work leading to bipartisanship, push to pass paid family and medical leave, which is good. She also touted support from unions and worked to raise the state minimum wage. We'll see how that works out. And through didn't learn on historic nature of her run, she alluded to a broader theme of respect, specifically that everyone deserves a member of Congress that respects them and their family. I mean, basically, she just has usual Democratic talking points. So, whatever. It is what it is. Hopefully, she just does a good
A
job.
good job for her people, right?
Yeah.
I mean, they only had 70 for. I guess she has a pretty big lead over the John guy, so that does make it, different. But I hate it whenever they call it like so early in the
So
different
early, yeah.
areas.
Yeah, that's way too early. But, some people, I mean,
I mean,
because
what
she
if
had,
the
like,
other 22% of the vote all goes to that guy? Like, how do you know they don't? You know what I mean?
Well, that's what happened in 2020 in Pennsylvania, right?
yeah.
Mhm.
Well, I mean, like, yeah, but
Look,
it's-
Wisconsin is
it-
red again. They
yeah,
just
it's
keep flip-flopping by 100 freaking votes. Look at that. 100 votes he's up by.
Wow.
This is going to literally come down to, for people who think my vote may not matter, PJ, this is literally going to come down to a handful of votes in one of these states.
Stop throwing shade. Stop.
I'm
She
going
is
to.
just she vote Republican, PJ?
No, I'm talking about PJ on panel.
Oh,
Yep,
okay.
yep.
Does they vote? Do they vote Republican?
Do you vote Republican, PJ?
I vote whatever way the wind takes me usually.
Okay,
I'm a
good.
registered independent. I heard talking about, being a very diverse panel here. I think everything's
Okay.
You're registered independent?
I am a
So
registered
I'm
independent, yeah.
guessing you like the marijuana. Okay, joking. Joking.
I don't like the drugs, but the drugs like me.
That's the, like when I hear independent, that's what I think like immediately like, yeah, man.
That's funny.
Bring
I
the
don't
That is
like
hilarious.
I don't like being forced to choose. I don't like having to pick red or blue.
So you're like the type of person to be like, well, like you get two ice creams, chocolate and vanilla, and so just combine them together.
Yeah.
Exactly. Okay.
So this is getting closer in PA. We are now at 50% is for Kamala, 48% so far for Trump. We're separated by about 40,000 votes right now. And I know some of you guys probably, well, actually, everybody cares about what Pennsylvania is doing, but I keep like obsessively checking our local website to see what it's showing, because this is probably going to be more accurate than anything else. Like, it's updating constantly. And I know that like PA is such a big deal in this election, but I'm like nervously like watching it nonstop.
You're
So
nervous.
I am. I'm very nervous. Mostly
Why?
because I don't know if I could handle another 4 years in this economy.
Well, take solace in knowing that, I was talking about this earlier a little bit on my end that, if for some reason uh, Kamala does come out with the presidency, hopefully that maybe the red side can take the House or the Senate.
I wonder
Yeah.
if like the whole, you notice like the whole watch market collapsed too recently, about like a month ago. Crazy.
Like watches that you wear.
Yeah, like like you don't know about like Rolexes and stuff like that, like 20, 50, $100,000 watches. It
Well, who
dropped.
can afford that anymore?
Anywho, I was actually looking into them just to see if I can buy one for a cheap price, but no, they're not big. Like they've been like what people usually do is they buy watches for like investments. You know what I mean? Like
Right.
because it
So that
increases
they
the value.
raise money.
Yeah, and that's what a lot of people do because when you become like super duper rich, when you keep money in the bank, you lose
You have
like
to
six
hide
to.
assets. Yeah.
It's not hiding assets. It's basically
It's cloaking
inflation.
them.
No, it's called
Hey,
inflation.
I watch Sister Wives, and Cody Brown is constantly buying art to hide how much money they truly
No,
have.
what? Yeah, but the thing is like cash. You lose money. You lose 6 to 9% per year
Really?
inflation. Yes. So you need to put your money in assets. So a lot of times,
Mhm.
when you're too damn rich, you can't. There's so many bonds, there's so many stocks, there's so many houses you can buy. So you buy art and you buy watches and things like that. And watches, like certain brands of watches, they maintain their value and actually increase the value over time.
Anything that appreciates.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Trump just flipped the state of PA red momentarily. I
Oh.
can continue your story.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, so, like, I was just looking at it, I was like surprised with the watch market because, like, a lot of these like Rolexes, like, you need like to buy a Rolex is pretty ridiculous actually. If you go into Rolex, you say, I want to buy a Rolex, they're like, do you have a buying history? You'll have to buy these other shittier watches that to the one that you want. Even if you went in there with like $100 million and said, I'm willing to spend millions and millions of dollars in here, they'd be like,
Isn't it cheaper just to buy bars of gold?
the problem is gold doesn't appreciate as much as the watches actually. Some watches brands actually appreciate more in price, way more than gold.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh.
Like there's a big watch market. I mean, you're talking like a gigantic watch market.
Well,
And like, and there's
while
name
Tate
brand.
B. Tim is giving us investment advice, I'm
Like,
going to drop my FanDuel link in the chat. If anybody from PA or any of the neighboring states that are able to gamble online want to join up, I can get $100 free to gamble so that hopefully I can try to get a Rolex someday too. I'm just
Stop with the
kidding.
gambling.
Yeah, I'm against gambling. Don't gamble, invest your money.
I just
Always invest your
Oh,
money.
no. If I get the free money, then then I win money with it. It all goes. It's good. Or
You're
I can
gonna,
also drop my Temu link, and you guys can click that and help me win some free gifts.
oh, shoot. You can also see those guys packing your packages. We can watch a live stream of them packing in your packages, all shirtless, throwing your shit into it.
Oh man, I can't
That's-
even.
Yeah, you better be careful because of
Let me
like
just-
Trump. Your Temu empire might collapse if like Trump gets in because he's gonna be like, "Fuck, we're not gonna care about you. We're gonna do a trade war with China and work get some American jobs going instead of that." So you might be in trouble.
Trump's at almost 38 million in the popular vote. Harris trails at 33.6.
So this is showing Trump at 39 million, and she's at 34.
I have
PA is currently
NBC up.
separated by. He is up one. Well, let's see. How much math is that? Probably about 20% ish. He's up by or not 20%, 20,000 votes. He's leading in PA currently. They are 43% reported.
How was your disguises? Did you get your top hat and mustache to go to vote again, Sleuth?
So here's a couple updates from PA. So today, the following things happened. My phone rang off the hook
Holy
repeatedly.
shit, that happened to me. I've gotten so many damn texts about voting. It's like ridiculous. I'm like 15 texts.
But let me ask you this. Whenever you answered one of the calls, did somebody offer to drive you to your polling location?
No.
So today, for the first time, somebody from my local congressional office, they called right from the actual phone number for the office uptown that we have. Iowa just flipped red. Sorry, it just caught my eye as it did it. And so from my local office right uptown, somebody called and they were reaching out to all registered Republican voters in our area to check and verify if we had voted already or if we needed transportation to our voting area to make sure that Republicans got out to vote today. And I thought that that was absolutely amazing that they were willing to pay for a ride share option to make sure that I was capable to get to the polls. I didn't have to utilize that just to be out there.
Does the
that's
driver wait
mind-blowing.
so you can get a ride home, or do they
Yeah.
just abandon
Yep.
you at the poll?
Nope, they have a ride share option. They had
Isn't that a
Uber
form of
drivers.
buying votes?
No, it was just
No.
making sure that we had the ability to make it to our voting. They didn't tell us that we had to vote Republican. You know what I mean? It was just an offer to make sure that we were able to get to there if we needed to. And I thought that that was really cool, though, to know that they were doing that. See, look, they came door to door here yesterday to see if we needed a ride. That's awesome. I mean, and they were really just making sure PA's back blue. Dang it. It's going to be a nail biter, you guys, by 3,000 votes currently. But I thought that that was awesome that they were literally going door to door trying to make sure that people were able to get there if they needed a way to.
So Sleuth, if you were on it earlier, if you pull up the NBC one, I've been kind of watching it, and they actually are showing the United States by county, like red or blue.
Sure.
And I've been trying to like see PA, just to kind of see where it stands. And I mean, honestly, a lot of it looks red, but
yeah, this is the map that you're talking about. I mean, it's kind of shown different, but
no, this is like per county. They have it broken up per county, and you can see like which counties were red, which counties were blue.
yeah. Here, look. All those different lines. I'm just like, I don't know.
Oh yeah, okay, I see it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'm shocked at like New Jersey is not like Republican.
No. Oh no. I really truly wish that we could take this portion of PA and just call it New Jersey. Like people refer to, even if you just took this little sliver.
You can start your own. You can start your own. Did you hear about? Since we're on this up, did you hear about this guy called Rebuilding Atlanta?
No.
Lantis, he's basically some guy who's like angry at Mark Bezos for buying a bunch of farmland in Arizona. And he's like, I bought 20 acres of land and I will invite everyone to come to live here from TikTok. And he's like, literally, like, he's got to take his car battery out and he puts to the washing machine. And now all these, like, there's some illegal person that came there and all these other people are going there living like in these little tents there. And like now he wants to build a general store where he runs it. He wants to build a washing machine place. And I'm thinking to myself, it's kind of like he wants to take over, like, and form his own country now in the 20 acres. And I'm thinking that too with the PA thing you're doing now. That went over your head. Oh, okay.
No, I totally was reading the chat and I missed like part of that. But so Lucifer is running for president. It says
Oh.
Lucifer, Everyone Love is their name, and they're an independent, and they are running for president in Utah. That they immediately declared for Trump, and they are 0% reported. So we'll keep an update on Lucifer, Red Rock. I know that you guys are curious about that. We'll
Well,
see what
listen, I
happens.
mean, at least there would be a lot of, very warm places to go with that guy. Very, very warm places to go. You'll never feel cold under Lucifer.
True that.
You know?
True that.
And there'll be no shortage of pitchforks for anyone. You might be on the other end of that pitchfork, but there'll be no shortages of that.
Do you think that we'll ever see a time period where like the red in the middle is blue instead, and like the blue on the outside turns red?
Well, that happened a while ago, didn't it? Like, remember with that happened with like Abraham Lincoln. It was kind of the reverse. The Democratic Party was like in the South, ran the South because they were pros. Like,
yeah. You're talking about that time period.
Yeah, I'm talking about way back then. But yeah, it took a complete search. Like,
this is 2020, just to give everybody a refresher on 2020. This is what it looked like. Yeah. And it just makes me really curious, like how these blue pockets even happen, considering how much red there is. You know what I mean?
Blue pockets, probably because people moved out of the city and they're like, wow, was this during 2020? Yeah, COVID. Probably everyone just moved there. Because like I remember people were moving more from, like, a lot of people from New York moved to Florida, because they could just do their jobs on Zoom. So they bought like really cheap real estate in like middle of America, and they're still making tons of money, like New York City money. So that's probably what happened. And there's like a huge influx of people who are from democratic cities. You know what I mean?
I guess I didn't think about the fact that, I mean, you can be like registered to vote in areas that you're not. Like, I mean, I guess how many months of the year do you have to live somewhere to be able to vote in that area?
Have no clue.
I think it's 6. You have to declare residency.
So if Kamala wins, did you make that tell everyone that you're the promise you told me that you would shave your head and go on a live stream?
If Kamala wins, okay, deal. I'll shave.
You're gonna lie immediately.
I'm that confident.
She's gonna
No, I'm just kidding.
Hey guys. Wearing a Timu wig.
I'll just use AI to make me look shaved, and then nobody will know the difference.
Or you'll just wear a Timu wig after you shave. Like, guys, I got this new Timu wig. I got it recently.
That's it.
I don't know why my head's itching all the time, and there seems to be something coming out of the hair. Oh my god, what an interesting! It's looking pretty red. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, the map is definitely looking pretty red.
It's looking
even
pretty.
Oregon is like already reporting towards Trump, basically.
Yeah,
it's looking kind of sexy out there. Some red lingerie.
PA is getting
all
separated
across.
by more and more every time now. Like, so now they are up by 40,000 for Trump now.
Oh, yeah, probably a lot of people from PA came like started voting after work, you know. So they're probably like a little bit later. It's but yeah, I think PA is probably going to Trump. That's not good for Kamala. Um, yeah, that's not good for her. She needs a lot of states. She needs a lot more states coming in. But yeah.
How does she go from like the worst vice president in like history to now the presidential nominee for the Democratic Party?
Because she was in office as vice president, and basically it was her run, whether anybody liked it or not. It 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 was hers.
Yeah, I mean,
That's the way it's supposed to work, and that's the way it did work. And
that's the
it's
same thing that
unfortunate because she's done nothing but listen to Bill and Hillary and do what they did and just stand up in front of everybody and just lie. So
uh,
that's
I
been
mean,
her
I
whole
guess the
campaign.
same. Yeah, I guess she answered the same way how like Teddy Roosevelt got elected, like became president first because wasn't he vice president and then the president got shot and then he became president first time around.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, so I mean, basically, Biden's brain melted out of his head,
But no, no,
and
no. Hold on, because they haven't made her president yet. Here's what I think is going to happen, though. If she loses this election, I am willing to bet that by the end of this week, maybe going into next week, Biden will get too sick to continue, and she will still become the first female president so that we can get that out of the freaking way. Or at least that's what I'm hoping for, so that we can stop this nonsense where we are just voting based off of let's be the first of anything. You know what I mean?
that'd
I
be kind
haven't
of that
liked
would be
the
that would be.
last two women that ran. Okay, I haven't liked either one of them.
That would be kind of insulting. If I was Kamala, I'd be like, listen, that is like the most humiliating thing ever to literally just be, oh, yeah, I get to be president for like a month.
Huh.
Like,
That's about all we can handle. Oh wait, never mind.
I'll,
say that.
I'll be president for a month because Biden was. I don't even know why he's even in office, to be honest with you. He's just out of it. That guy is out of it. I'm hoping Trump
I
gets.
don't know if he's really out of it or he's acting
It's not an act.
because he doesn't want to take responsibility for what a mess everything is. He'd be like,
No,
"Well,
I think
I'll just act a minute and nobody will press charges."
I think that it honestly
No.
comes down to it has to be like something dementia like almost, because it seems like some days he is better than others. And it's either dementia or so let me be clear here first. I think it's either dementia or like sometimes they use AI to pretend it's him. But then I think that, and he's standing there and he looks coherent, he's talking coherently, and then he's like, half the nation is trash. And I'm like, oh, so no, you're still the same guy. You know what I mean? Like, so he just I don't know. I don't know if he's knowingly and purposely trying to sabotage her campaign because he's mad about the whole situation or what's going on.
So you think like he's just like angry old man, just like if I can't be president, no one can. And just
Yeah.
like,
Yeah, actually. I mean, look, we started out with, oh, he accidentally put on a Trump hat and promoted Trump. You
did he
know what I
Well, I
really?
mean?
don't
Like,
think that was an accident. I don't think
yeah,
that was an
he did that
accident.
on purpose. Like he took a Trump hat, put it on, and then he carried it out to the plane. Like he took it with him. So you didn't see that?
I did not see that. That's
Oh, hold on.
hilarious. That's
Maybe he
hilarious.
voted for Trump, guys. Like maybe
I
that's
bet you he
it.
did.
Like he probably just voted for Trump.
He's like, listen, Trump. If you promise to give me 2 scoops of ice cream, one of your 2 scoops of ice cream, I will vote for you.
Oh, sure, I'll go.
Look, he's in a room full of Trump supporters. There we go.
I can't believe you didn't see this.
This is in Pennsylvania.
In
to boot.
Shanksville.
Yep. This is in PA. Here you go. You want this Trump hat? You want to sign my Trump hat?
He reminds me of the guys I grew up with. There was always one in the neighborhood.
Well, I'm the only one.
There you go, man. I need that hat.
Look, he asked for it. Like, the guy didn't offer it to him. He said, and I need your hat, and I need that hat.
Look at his eyes. Look at Biden's eyes.
He's
Oh
like,
my God.
fixated on it. He just it. He's like, that's been on his head all day.
He's like, I want to sniff that man's hair too.
Yep.
Hell no.
You know my name. Come on.
Put it on.
I ain't going that far.
Yeah. Said you would do a selfie. There you
He looks like he gives it back, but he doesn't. He takes it with him. They have him getting on the plane, still carrying the hat.
Oh my
He
God.
stole that
walked
man's
right
hat.
out with it.
Oh my
Yeah, he
God.
stole his hat.
He
Like, you see him.
He's a secret Trump voter. He's
It's not even a secret, because like as soon as she started, like she's getting like Leonardo DiCaprio to read a poorly written script, and Cardi B. Did you see the Cardi B endorsement?
No, but Cardi B has
Ah.
shitty taste
Hold on.
in watches. She destroyed a $65,000 watch by putting. I couldn't believe it. Like 2 years ago, that lady, she's like, I put $40,000 worth of diamonds into this watch, and now it's worth $100,000. It's like, no, ma'am, you literally drilled holes into a $65,000 in watch and destroyed it, and now you have only $40,000 worth of jewelry into it. How do you drill holes and put crappy diamonds into a $65,000 watch? Crazy. That woman. Crazy.
NBC shows Trump leading the popular vote by over 5 million votes now.
Oh, geez Louise. NBC?
Yep.
Oh, that's not good.
NBC has been showing him up before this map even shows him up.
Since I've started watching it, yeah, they've had him up.
Are they
He's
like,
up by 6,000 votes in PA now with 51% reported. And he is up by 6,000 in Wisconsin, and Minnesota is only 2%, so I'm not even gonna look at that.
Wait, the blue dump will be at what? Probably 1, 2 o'clock in the morning, I think.
Shh.
Isn't that when they do it?
Listen, don't tell our plans. Don't listen, bro. Don't tell our plans. That's why I'm up late. That's I'm already gonna meet the other Democrats. We're gonna go there. We're gonna dump some We're gonna help vote. We're helping people vote.
Helping people vote.
Yeah, exactly. And we're also helping the dead vote too. They need to get
It's
their
very
vote
important
done.
that their voices heard.
Their voices have to be heard. And animals, your pets, your local pets too,
Yeah, my
Listen.
dog, he voted today.
He voted Democrat, right? Absolutely.
He did, yeah.
He's a very big Democratic fan, I'm sure.
I support, though, your right to choose that, so I didn't force it on him.
All right, good. I'm glad.
So here, let me play this first couple minutes. I'm not going to play the whole 11 minutes. But watch how embarrassing her first couple minutes out here on the stage, like the first 2 minutes is. It's very clear that she was given. So I have two different theories. Either these celebrities are being paid, or they're all on the Diddy videos and they are being blackmailed.
That was the real reason for the raid. They needed the votes.
They're either all on the Diddy videos and they're trying not to go to jail, or they're being paid.
Yeah, I'm voting for the Diddy.
How you guys doing? I'm nervous. I'm excited. What's up, y'all? 1 second, guys. 1 second.
How can you be so ill-prepared?
Okay. So I don't take lightly the call. Sorry, guys. I'm a little nervous. I'm a little nervous, guys. I've been waiting for this moment this whole life, my whole life. I need Patience over here. Patience, where are you, girl? I need Patience over here. Hold on. How you guys doing tonight? How you guys doing tonight? Are we ready to make history? Are we ready to make history? Are we ready to change these 4 years? No. Are we ready to change the next 8 years? Because we're going to make sure we have Kamala Harris in office for 8 years. Thank you. All right. Vice President Kamala Harris, thank you for having me. I do not take lightly the call to show up.
She literally had to wait for somebody to come bring her a speech to read and like was just filling the dead air. She had no clue what she was doing up there. Like, it is embarrassing.
Yeah, I mean, what you do to be part of the Diddy,
The Diddy videos.
Yeah.
I'm sure there was a lot of people on those videos that had to do some things they did not like.
Did you see the Trump rally where his microphone, I guess, wasn't working, and he went on a little bit of a rant?
No, I totally missed that one.
You didn't see that? I don't remember what rally it was, but his microphone quit working, and I feel like he was definitely in character for who he is, but I remember seeing it and was kind of like, not one of your better ways of acting, I guess. I don't know what way to say it.
Well, just like that, I found the video, so let's take a look.
Doing great. We're leading just about, I think, all 7 swing states we're leading, but don't listen to me now. Don't listen. Just pretend we're 1 down, right? We're 1 point down, please. We don't want to say, oh, we don't have to vote today, Alice, because he's leading. No, don't do that. We've seen that stuff happen. We don't want to do that. Oh, the mic. Yeah, I think the mic stinks. I think it stinks. Crazy.
Is this what you were talking about?
Yeah, this is exactly. So then he I don't know how long it is or whatever, but he goes on a tangent about it. I mean, for probably, I don't know, 3 or 4 minutes. They bring him a new mic, and he's complaining about. I feel like he says stupid people or something like that. Like he goes a little bit, he is the way he is.
Yeah.
But I'm thinking, like, with the way some people view you, you probably could have went without that. But yeah, like he starts calling people stupid or something because it's messed up. It was. I think it was kind of funny. But
like you said, though, this is exactly who he is, because
it is, yeah.
And this is almost what I like about him, though, because anything that comes to his brain, it comes out of his mouth. Yeah,
No
like
filter.
he's not hiding anything from us because it all comes out. Let me see. Let me watch the rest of it because it's only 3 minutes.
Oh, that's what I was wondering what the hell they were shouting. I think this mic stinks, by the way. And then we don't pay the contractor. I say, don't pay the contractor. Then they write a story. Trump doesn't pay his bills. He's a bad guy. No, the mic is terrible. I had another one. You know what? I've done 3 of these today. Somebody said, maybe what we could do is maybe we could just skip the last one. I said, there's no way I'm skipping. There's no way. And this is the best one of all. Look at this place. Thank you. The ladies from North Carolina, 259 of these they've come to. Look at them. They're beautiful. I don't know where the hell their husbands are. They're married. All of them are married. But they're great, and thank you very much. We're rounding the turn, aren't we, huh? We're rounding the turn. And we have front row Joes over here. Look at them. And we have Mr. Wall over here.
What the heck? I want to be able to go to 259 Trump rallies.
Oh, shit. Anyway, I'm going to skedaddle. I got, work tomorrow. Good talking to you.
All right. We'll talk to you later, B-Tim. Be safe in case, anything goes crazy.
I mean, in case the rioting that's going to happen, and I'm going to have it becomes I have to fight through the streets of New York because of Stop
Just
panicking.
make sure you wear your blue, and I think you'll blend in.
Wait a minute. I thought tomorrow was I wear my red hat. Oh
Well,
shit.
but if he wins, you're gonna want to be on the side that's rioting so that you blend into the crowd. Of course, then you might have to take your own depositions someday. Let's not do that.
Oh shit.
Anyways,
All
all right.
right.
Have a good day.
You
Thanks
have a
so
good
much for
one.
joining us.
No problem. Bye.
He skedaddled. Will be riots. Stay safe. I know. I'm a little bit nervous to be going to a city center on Thursday, but I'm hoping that by then stuff is like calmed down and people, aren't marching with like vagina hats and stuff like that.
Listen, the Senate race is up to 48 red right now. At least that's what
Really?
NBC shows.
I am shocked to see NBC like actually leaning so far red right now.
They're showing 144 for the House.
Really?
Yep.
This is showing which tab am I on? Let me pull this. So this is showing 198 now for Trump, 112 for Harris. And we are at 51% of the votes in PA. He is now up by 130,000 votes in Pennsylvania.
Man, I'd love to be at these people's watch parties right now.
Oh, no
You
doubt.
mean Trump or Harris?
Either one of them, to be honest with
Joe,
you.
so I was
Do you
thinking the
think
same
they're
thing,
playing
but
drinking games? Like doing shots as each number comes in?
Like each time PA flips red, take a shot.
Yep.
Is there, I was thinking about this earlier, is there, so like we're looking at these results just from like news stations, where they get the results from. Could we get it directly from them? Because I feel like these news stations, like if you watch NBC, they're putting like
so
little tickers
stuff
down
like
at the
this.
bottom, and they're like NBC News projects. Like they're still just projecting all this. But where's
Right.
the legit results?
Right here. So this, for example, this is electionreturns.pa.gov. This is Pennsylvania's actual numbers that they're reporting.
Okay.
And so each state has this, and you can do it by county. You can do it by the whole state. Right now, I have it set to the whole state. But it'll show you like, so for the senator, we are, well, the numbers match almost. It looks like actually some people didn't vote for senator because the numbers actually are like around, oh no, I see there's other numbers down here. So anyway, so McCormick looks like he is leading for the Senate right now for PA. Wow, Dave Sunday, the Republican Party for the Attorney General has almost 200,000 more votes than the Democrat. So he's probably getting that Attorney General. Same thing with the Auditor General, almost 200,000 votes more. So it leads you to question, like, how can the race for the actual presidency be so close if there's like 200,000 votes separating these people down here? What makes you vote for a Republican president or a Democratic president, but then vote the seats inside of the House that actually control things the opposite
Listen,
way?
can I just make a
Yeah.
can I just make a confession that I shouldn't confess, but I'm going to. It should give you guys all a laugh, and then maybe a little bit of a a little bit of a worry for my well-being. I don't know. So when you went to go vote, did they give you a piece of paper, right? And you had to fill in the circles like you were back in school?
Yeah. Hmm.
And you had like the president and whatnot on the one side. And was there a second side to your ballot?
No, there wasn't. I flipped it over.
Okay, because somebody told me that there was other things to vote for and that there was another side.
So there's chances are, so if you are in certain counties, you might have had a county issue for just your area, that your area may have been voting on something in particular. But the ballots on the bottom typically say like, more votes on the other side or something like that.
Listen, somebody told me that there was other things, and I was like, "Oh my lord, I'm stupid," because all I did was vote
Yeah.
for the 3 that were in front of me, and I'm thinking, "Did I just not vote for, like, 5
There's only
things or
3 on
something?"
yours?
Yes. That's what I'm saying. I got handed
Let me
1
wait,
sheet of
wait.
paper.
Let me think. So my sheet was 1 sheet, but there was the presidential. No, it was these races right here. It was the presidential, the senator, the attorney general, the auditor general, and the state treasurer.
Okay,
That's what we had.
well,
And they were all
Auditor
on the front
General
side they were all on the front side of the ballot. And I stood there and carefully, like, I made sure all of my circles were appropriately dark, stood there and stared at my ballot, flipped it over, double checked everything, flipped it back over, looked at it again just to make sure there was no like white dots. I was like very obsessive about it. Walked it over to the machine and hesitated to stick it into the machine because then it felt final. Like
Yeah.
I got a lot of anxiety around voting today for some reason. And then I was very nervous because whenever I went to sign the book with my name, I'm left-handed and my hand bumped the 3-ring binder thing and I squiggled my M a little bit more than I normally do. And I was like, "Oh my god, are
You're
they
gonna be
gonna
invalidated.
they're not gonna they're gonna throw out my signature." Oh no.
This one don't count.
So, yeah.
Well, you can't listen. If I missed voting for anybody, I voted for the president. I
Mhm.
voted for the
I love
senator. I know
yeah.
for a fact, and I voted for attorney general. Those are the only 3 that I remember. I will say that
You
I
had
had
stuff going
I
on
had
in
a
your life,
medical procedure done
yeah.
today, and I was maybe I shouldn't have been voting today, but
I
I
think
hope I checked the
they don't
right
ask you if
box.
you're under the influence, whenever you go up to vote, so
That's acceptable.
they don't ask, I mean,
Yeah.
We should all be drinking anytime we go to vote. All of us.
I was worried about that. I was like, "Oh, I gotta get this procedure done. What if I accidentally vote for the wrong person?"
oh my god, I was so nervous, and then there was this thing going around, there was an issue with ballots in certain counties in Pennsylvania today, and so there was a let's see, there was a let me see if I can find the photo. There's a post going around today that showed that some people's ballots were misprinted, um, and they had a little tiny dot.
Dot. Yeah, yeah. I heard that too.
So anyway, so you were supposed to pay attention to make sure that you didn't have the dot. And so that was where my obsession came from because then I'm standing there and I'm like searching and searching and searching to make sure that there's no little dots anywhere on any of the freaking ballots. You know what I mean? I just
Yeah. They said that come out, and then I also read the thing where they were, of course, they tried to like walk it back, like, "Oh, that would rarely cause an issue on a ballot,"
mhm,
and it's like,
yeah. Yeah, except for whenever you're in a situation where literally one vote makes the difference, totally not going to even take the slightest chance. So,
I was asking the poll people. I was like, "When I stick this in the machine, am I gonna get to see that it counted who I voted for?" And they're like, "No, it just puts it in there and it counts it." And I was like, sounds shady."
you said that?
I did.
That's
I
funny.
was like, I was like, "I've heard some shady things about these machines," and they were just like, "Oh, stop it." There wasn't
They,
anybody else in there, so I wasn't like, I wasn't trying to make like a fight or anything. I was just, you
they
know.
there was a lady from my church that worked our pool thing, and she's been there every single year, and she was like, "Name," and I'm like looking at her like, "You know who I am," and she's like, "I need to see or I need you to verify your name, ma'am." I'm like, "Okay," so I told her my name, but it was just funny because it was like, "Do you really need me to like? You already have it turned to my name in the book." So anyway, see the little itty bitty tiny tiny speck that they were like, "This could."
Convenient.
Yeah, this could sway the votes or whatever. I don't think that this is the actual ballot because ours were circles. So I don't know what area this was
And
taken
I'm pretty
from.
sure Harris was on top on mine.
Yeah, so I thought that that was unfair.
Oh, I bet you it's alphabetical order,
Well,
quote
maybe,
unquote.
but so I don't know which area this ballot is actually from because this is not what our circles looked like. But either way, my butt was scanning for a little dot anywhere that did not belong on our whole thing. I was just not taking any chances.
Free and fair election, guys. Free and fair election. All that stuff you heard, just disregard it.
Which part? Oh yeah, about this.
The dots and the
Yeah,
illegals voting and
all the things.
ballots get
Raisins
thrown
and
out.
potato
and-
salad, dots on ballads.
Can somebody
Y'all.
explain to me why Iowa is such a big deal? Because like there's not very many people there, and right now it's 49% reported. It's going to Donald Trump, but why do they always go by like what Iowa does?
Because I think
Iowa
they're
is
the
a big
first to
deal.
close. Isn't that what it is? Like they're the
No.
first that can start voting or something like that. I could have swore it was. They go by like the Iowa caucus or something, right?
Yeah, so like
Something like
what's up
that.
with the Iowa caucus, I guess? I'm going to Google it.
Iowa makes food.
Why is they do make some great French fries.
In Iowa? Are you thinking
Maybe.
Idaho?
No, I'm thinking of Idaho.
Yeah,
probably
that's Idaho.
probably put raisins in their potato salad, guys. Don't listen to me. Shh. Okay. So let me see. Iowa has been the first and some most argued important electoral test in the road to the party's presidential nomination. That changed for Democrats. Sorry, that wasn't even intentional. I do apologize. Apologize. Apparently can't talk
Talk
right
much?
now. So the Democratic Party looks like America, and so does this proposal. Still, this is like going into that. The lead up to the 1968 convention had been tumultuous. The Vietnam War was in its 14th year. Both Martin Luther King Jr. and presidential candidate Robert Kennedy were assassinated and that spring, and the president, Lyndon B. Johnson, had withdrawn from the race in March, deciding against seeking another term. That April, Hubert Humphrey, Johnson's vice president, jumped into the race. Humphrey's public support of Johnson, specifically regarding the Vietnam War, upset many anti war protesters. While Democratic political leaders filled into the convention hall, protesters brutally clashed with police. Again, this does not tell me why this is such a big deal. Okay, so Iowa's long nominating process featuring 4 statewide events, the caucuses, followed by the conventions at the county, congressional district, and state levels, combined with a 30-day notice for required events, meant it needed a bit of a head start and an early slot on the voting calendar. I mean, so it's just because they start early. They release their results nearly a week early. Really?
I thought I
Then
said
why?
that.
I know, but why? So then why are they just now counting their votes?
I was born there and I didn't even know that. I was
Like,
born
why?
there. I don't know.
Why do they put the sentence that I'm looking for at the very end of the article instead of, up here somewhere? Can somebody answer that to me?
I don't know.
Because see, I should have just read the chat. Somebody could have told me that Red Rock already answered. Come on, guys, because it always votes red and first primary voted. Okay, bring back Victory Gardens. I got to go get a water. Apparently, my mouth is starting to like not
Showing
cooperate with my brain.
150 for the House and 150 for Republicans and 101 for Democrats in the House.
Very nice. PA is currently, look, all of the blue wall states are currently red. Do you see this?
Wouldn't that be something?
It'd be so nice if it was too big to rig.
There's a lot of red on that map right now, anyway.
See, but so this is always red anyways. This is what
Yeah.
I was showing. Like this is all the red that's normally there.
The blues on the edges.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So The difference between this is 2020 and this is now, let me see if there's any outliers. So right now, Arizona is red currently.
I'm watching Arizona and Georgia this year. I'm wondering, because they were some
Georgia
close
is
calls.
done. It's going to be Trump. They're 88% reported. He's already up 200,000 plus. North Carolina is 84% reported. He's up by like 150,000. But I know it doesn't have to be like more than a 2% lead, correct?
I'm not sure
Otherwise,
on
they
that.
can like demand recounts and stuff. I feel like that's a thing.
Shouldn't they
let me
just tell
see.
them to shut up and accept accept it?
Well, no, that only
No.
happens if it's a Republican that loses. If it's a Democrat that
my
loses, they're
mistake.
like,
My mistake.
yeah, you should know that. Come on. Would it be nice to have victory gardens everywhere? Victory gardens were planted in backyards, on rooftops, and vacant lots. Why? Oh, do you mean so that we could all have like free food? Like free. We have kind of like a victory garden in our community. We have a park here that's like a public park, and they dedicated
Wait a
one
minute.
section.
Let me interrupt you real quick.
ahead.
NBC News says Philadelphia City Commissioner says several polling places targeted by bomb threats.
Yeah. I'm not surprised.
That's why I voted early.
Well, so that was so there was actually already a whole, like, they did a mini press conference furious because Trump posted something about them trying to steal the election again in Philadelphia, or that there was, sorry, shady dealings going on in Philadelphia or whatever, and they already came out and was like, this is a lie. Like, we are not doing anything wrong. Like, we are answering all of the questions for anybody who has asked them and stuff like that. So they did already come out pretty frustrated. But let me see if I can find that. And you guys will have a nice little video to watch while I run out to the kitchen. I gotta find it. Philadelphia.
So which way do you think California's going to go?
No, I mean blue. Do they have a choice? I feel like they have been stuck blue for so long. So Donald Trump claimed that they were doing voter fraud, and then this is the press conference that they came out and did. Oh, talk about massive cheating in Philadelphia, law enforcement coming. So that's what it was. He was responding to people saying that stuff was going on. I thought that was going to be the video, and it was not. Here.
And to be clear, Philadelphia elections are safe, simple, and secure, and they have always been. There is no cheating. There's no smoke to it. People say things, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it's true. We've learned this in 2020. We have hardworking people trying to give the citizens of America the election that they deserve.
Do you know any specifics of the allegation?
Hold on 1 second.
So as I said in my social media post, there is no truth to the allegation that there is massive cheating in Philadelphia. We have been in touch with the RNC and anybody who has any complaints throughout the day. We've been responsive. Everything has been handled appropriately. So we look forward to the continued voting until 8 p.m. when the polls close. We also have ballots that still need to be counted inside the warehouse.
What is your message to Mr. Trump? How concerning is it that one of the candidates says that you're cheating, put Philadelphia on blast on his True Social? What does that say?
Well, here's the reality. I mean, no one's worried, no one's concerned. We have hard-working Philadelphians who work on the election boards, who do the canvass. They're hard-working citizens. And again, that's an attack on the hard-working people who are honest. And we have evidence and proof to show that everything is on the up and up, and it has always been. And again, we're not going to be here all the time just addressing whatever is on social media. We have election that we have to run. So we actually ought to please respect that and let us finish our job.
What do you want to say to Donald Trump right now?
I don't want to say anything, Donald Trump. Only thing I want to say is us, citizens of Philadelphia, you're going to get the election that you deserve, and you have always been having accurate results and honesty. And we have great citizens here working to do their job.
Do you have any specifics of the allegations?
I mean, I saw something on social media. I mean, I saw he said something about he was cheating and all that kind of stuff. Again, that's not nothing new. I mean, this playbook has been played since 2020. We saw it, and we're going to do our job
just
to
since
get the
2020.
citizens.
Yeah, nobody ever stole elections before then, or got caught. I mean, just kidding. Just kidding. So this says Trump's massive claims of cheating struck down by Philadelphia officials. I mean, of course, the officials. So it's kind of like
Yeah.
this goes back to the officials in Ohio that were like, "There's no Haitian crisis," as they rented to all the Haitians. Of course, you're not going to be like, "No, guys, there is actually something going on," because nobody wants you to be that guy. I don't think though. Like, I mean, look. We are in a situation, they are separated by around 180,000 votes right now. No, 120,000, sorry, in PA. Ooh, some of that blue turned red. You guys can stay.
What counts in? what percentage of the counts in for PA?
Let me see. I can see it better from out here. 62%. So we still got a ways to go.
Yeah.
Still only 25% for Michigan. Like, what are you guys doing? Seriously. 56% for Wisconsin. Minnesota, like, are you guys
It's been red the whole time, and I've been like sitting here kind of laughing because wouldn't
5%.
that be something if they're red? And that was supposed to be a win, because she picked.
But so nobody likes Tim Walz from Minnesota.
Well, and I heard that too, but
Yeah.
they were still expecting that she is gonna take it.
But she really screwed up. So she would have been better off picking Shapiro. And
Yeah.
I would have been better off if she picked Shapiro too, because I can't stand him running our state. And so I would have been happy to watch him go. And so, but she screwed up because she was so worried about offending the Muslim voters that she turned around and picked Tim Walz and offended the Jewish voters. And we have a heck of a lot more Jewish voters in our country than we do Muslim voters right now. And she really messed up. Well, then everything backfired because in order to try to win back the Jewish voters, she sat there and tried to cater to both the Jewish and the Muslims, and it made the Muslim voters freak out, and they're like, "Hey, we're not voting for you now." So she really screwed herself on both sides, and I would not be shocked if, I don't know, if she ends up losing a lot of areas. The Democrats really screwed this up. They really just did.
Yeah, it's yeah, just tough to even,
Yeah, just Russian disinformation like the laptop, right? Why would he be skeptical? I know. They just I don't know. How late do you think this is going to go?
a couple days probably.
Yeah. Georgia is at 90% right now. Trump is still up.
So how are they at 90% right now? Weren't Georgia one of the last? Like, I remember in 2020, like sitting here waiting for, like, I don't know, Arizona and Georgia. I feel like they were just taking so long. Wasn't that a thing in 2020? I know somebody was taking a real long time.
Hold on, I'm looking. Okay. So So when to... oh, goodness. Yeah, Arizona, it says it could take days. Georgia says that they count fast, but it says watch the vote margin. So they probably go into a recount. There are a couple states that it goes to an automatic recount if there's not enough of a gap.
Which I get.
Let me see.
What do these recounts look like, though? Like, does that mean they're actually taking the ballots out and counting them by hand? Or what? Are they just hitting the button on the machine again and saying, okay, recounted? Like, how does that even work?
So they like go back through. So in this process, there are votes that are thrown out that have like signature issues and stuff like that. And people have X amount of days to respond. Like I think in PA you have until like the 14th to respond to any issues that were found with your ballot. So if you go to a recount, the ballots that have been corrected in between that time frame, like for example, if you had to verify signature or if you filed a provisional ballot, different things like that, they're then added into the count that was missing beforehand. And so it ends up actually being more counts the second time through. But sometimes those couple of votes that are added change the results. So this here, these are, let me, sorry, I got to change my screen around because it's too small and I'm not wearing my glasses. And this video needs to go away. Okay. So Alabama, it will recount if it's less than 0.5. It looks like most of them are less than 0.5, or like Connecticut is 2,000 votes, Delaware 1,000 votes, Florida a 0.5 margin, Hawaii 100 votes. That's crazy. Lokomai better be out there voting.
You know she is.
I know. Michigan, margin of 2,000 votes or less. So some of these margins are pretty close. I think the percent numbers is where you're going to run into trouble. Because, for example, if Pennsylvania, if it has to be at least a 0.5% difference, I mean, are we going to end up a 0.5% difference with at the end of the day? I don't know. Right now, I mean, you got 1.5% ish. I mean, I'm doing rough guesstimate math. So, kind of disappointed in Virginia. I really thought that they were going to end up going red. They're at 74% reported.
What's it look like right now?
It's blue. It is, she is up by around 53,000. So they have confirmed now Iowa for Trump, which is supposed to, like, I from what I understand, Iowa kind of determines, like, whoever wins Iowa tends to be who wins the race, because I guess that they really just flip-flop, right? I don't know. Let's do some fact checks. Did Trump just say that PA cheats? PA does cheat. So he probably did say that. I would not be shocked a bit if he said that. I'm not on Truth Social. I'm sure that somebody could pull that up. But I wouldn't be shocked at all, because here's the situation. We were sitting here in PA. I remember I was literally at a restaurant with my friends at a 24/7 restaurant. We were watching the tickers and we were following the election second by second, who's going to win, who isn't going to win, waiting for everything to pan out. And then next thing you know, we left. We were excited. Trump was winning PA by a lot of votes. And then next thing you know, we all went to bed and we woke up and PA announced that it went to Biden. And so all of a sudden, millions of mail-in ballots were added to the polls, and all of a sudden PA switched from red to blue. And then we had issues also in 2020 where they were literally finding mail bags full of votes thrown off alongside the road, like stuff that was supposed to be mailed in. They were finding ballots everywhere. People were discarding them. There was postal workers getting caught discarding ballots. There was a lot of dirty, shisty stuff going on in PA back in 2020. And so that's where some of the issue is. And I think that if he said that we cheat, he's not that far off from reality. Yeah, November Magic. He accused a city or two in Pennsylvania. Yeah. There was a lot of crazy stuff going on, Seal. So, I don't know.
It's amazing. We were talking earlier about, Pennsylvania being a swing state, and I wasn't connected yet or whatever, but they do consider Pennsylvania a swing state, but then Pennsylvania has been Democratic, voting for like how long, other than the 2016 election. But like historically before that, didn't they vote Democrat like forever?
Yeah. Yeah, so they didn't really start to literally Trump was it. I mean, it was just by a narrow margin, but he was it. I mean, if you look at
Well, I think
here's since 2020, every election has gone to the Democrats except for 2016 whenever it comes to PA. This
Well,
is our voting history.
I think what they consider it a swing state because they do have 19 electoral votes, and the fact that it's always a pretty close run, though, right?
Oh
Like,
yeah,
isn't that? So I think that's why I guess it's considered a swing state, because even though it's historically been voting blue, it really could tip either way most years.
for sure. And so this actually shows, all the way back to 76. So it did have a couple years of Republican, but since 92. So I know a lot of people who are unhappy. For example, we have one of the highest gas taxes. We have some of the highest inflation prices. Our groceries are the most ridiculous outside of like New York and California. We're the next worst. Like there's a lot of horrible things that go on in Pennsylvania, and it's like you idiots keep voting for the same thing. It's literally been Democratic since 92, except for 2016. But the other side of things is I know a ton of people that up until Donald Trump started to run never voted. A lot of people that I would probably say are like-minded with me currently, not who I was in the past, because guess what? I voted blue back in 2008 and 2012. And so I was part of that, you know what I mean? Um, but I think that there is historically a lot of people, a lot of working class people never seen the point in voting, and didn't think that their votes counted and stuff like that. And so they just didn't. But I know, like, even my husband, I made him register to vote whenever we got married. I was like, you have to vote. You know what I mean? His friends all recently registered to vote. I told you guys my sister is voting for the first time in this election. And so I really think that that becomes part of Pennsylvania's issue too, is that we were just historically a state that a lot of
A
people
lot of
just
people
didn't
didn't
show
vote.
up.
You
Yeah,
know, I have to say, I was those people for the longest time. I said, what's the point in voting? Because, and my reasoning most of the time was that they tell you what they think you want to hear. They make it sound real good, but then they get in there, and then what change do they really do anyway? Now, of course, I was younger then, follow it and understand it a little bit more now. But I was the same one too that was just like my one vote. Even though they say every vote counts, I mean, really, my one vote, does it count? It when and I'll still believe that, to be honest. I mean, I think everybody should go out and vote because clearly it's important. But to say that one vote makes the difference, I mean, call me when when literally one vote makes the difference, or even 10 votes or 20 votes, like something, a margin that small. Do you know what I mean? Like these other margins, even though they're close, they're still how many thousands or tens of thousands of votes apart,
Hmm.
and so when you're looking at a 10,000 gap, what does my one vote do? But it's important that not everybody think that way, because then I think that's what lands us to, what you just said, where a lot of people are just like, my vote don't count, so I'm not going to go. Well, when you have a lot of people thinking that way, then that's the, that's what comes of it, I guess.
Yeah, for sure. And so Cooter G is asking in the chat about why Maine is splitting their votes. So from what I can see with Maine, and I'm not sure that that actually happened, because here it's still showing it is blue. I do see though that it's like half red, half blue. But Maine and Nebraska are two states that actually split their electoral college votes. It says the candidate winning the popular vote will receive all of the state's votes. But Maine and Nebraska have taken a different approach, using the congressional district method. These states allocate 2 electoral votes to the state popular vote winner, and then 1 electoral vote to the popular vote winner in each congressional district. So there's 2 in Maine and 3 in Nebraska. This creates multiple popular vote contests in these states, which could lead to a split electoral vote. And so they've been doing that, it says, since 1972. To me, I'm going to be completely honest, this is how I think it should be. Because we talk about in the bushes, you were talking about earlier, like how the popular vote should carry it and stuff like that. I don't necessarily agree with that, just because of the way that we don't want New York and California controlling things that happen in rural areas like Utah, where there's just less people. So why should the big states with all the people control everything? But I do think if you were to separate, for example, PA's 20 electoral votes, and did it by district or did it by area, where then you could split up PA, and you would have, okay, so they won Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, Allentown, and potentially Erie in PA. So give them 4, right? And then take the other 16 and give it to the person who the other areas voted for. And so I think that that would be the better way to do things. It's just not how it works anywhere except for Maine and Nebraska. Sorry, this is the map that I thought that I was showing whenever I was saying that. But
I think we need an independent to win, and then the independent may be motivated enough to make those changes.
You know, I would agree with you, but Gary Johnson isn't running again. And I looked at the other pendants and I was not impressed.
Really? You didn't like JFK?
He pulled out.
Robert, not JFK.
RFK.
Yeah, RFK.
RFK. Yeah, he pulled out.
He did pull out, but I'm saying, like, so, okay, I understand why he pulled out, because I think a lot more of this map would be reflecting blue if he stayed in.
I do too.
However, I strongly considered going for RFK, because some of the stuff that he feels is important, I agree with. Like, I agree with, we need to get a lot of this processed crap out of our foods. I agree with, the medical well-being of my children needs to be important and things like that. And so so I really was liking what he was talking about, and then it was like, okay, wait a second, I'm not going to get enough votes to win, because being an independent, you really don't. So don't vote for me, vote for Trump. But at the same time, when are we going to be in a situation where the third party candidate is not challenged so much? That's the problem right now, because the Democratic Party tied him up in court so freaking much to keep him off of the ballots, and then tied him up again to get him off the ballots, or to stop him from getting off the ballots once he was on.
Yeah, they did.
Like, why should that be allowed?
I think the two-party system is broken. I mean, in my opinion, I really do. And I think a lot more people feel that way, especially than ever did before, in my opinion. But I think, unfortunately, it's just really going to be a hard habit to break. I guess I don't see a way to do it, and it's hard to take that vote and give it to that independent, even if you truly believe in them, because 9 times out of 10 you're in your head saying, at this point, I'm throwing my vote away.
Yeah.
In some instances, unfortunately.
I
I
don't
did read.
feel like it's throwing a vote away because it sends a message back.
Well, that's true. That's very true.
I think that
And
independents.
frankly, they ought to be able to debate.
Yeah,
And
I
that's
agree
the
with that.
first thing to tackle. They would get more votes if they would allow them to debate.
They need the
But
national stage.
yeah, they rigged that. They rigged the numbers by polls, by using polls, and to keep them from entering the debates. And that's why Gary is still wrapped up in court suing the heck out of everybody for that. Because he actually made the percentage enough to
I was gonna say, I
debate.
feel like I read somewhere, and I don't remember what it was. I have to try to find it. But I read somewhere or seen somewhere that if an independent can get 10% of the vote, I don't know if that's popular or what, but if an independent can get 10% of the vote, that I forget how it would help them, but I remember seeing that
It would
They are
allow
then
them to
allowed to
debate.
debate. Yeah, they have to get 10%
I thought it was
first.
some kind of funding or something, like some kind of national funding or something like that. I could have swore I read, but I just,
No. It allows them to enter the debate stage.
okay.
Hold on.
Which who made that rule? Like where did that
Right.
rule come from?
The Democrat and Republican Party agreed once and put that on the table for us. That's where that came from.
So the two just trying to keep it
Yes.
between the two, basically.
Yeah. And it's the people who run the debates are supposed to be independent, but they aren't.
You would
Well,
think,
like,
you would think, if a news channel truly wanted to, even if they're not, but they wanted to portray that they are, unbiased, in the middle, you would think that they would work more to put out, independence and things like that to get their information out so that the public can see it and hear it.
Jill
To
Stein
show
got arrested at a debate for protesting during a debate. She showed up with an American flag wrapped around her and everything. And yeah, they carted her off.
that's also the lady. Yeah. My thing is too, I agree, Red Rock. Like I do. I think that there needs to be that third party. Because not only would it help people not be so divisive on one side or the other and give us that other option, but it would also help with the checks and balances in place in our House and in our Senate and stuff like that. I will say there are two right now that are being declared winners as far as the Senate. Yeah, the Senate race goes. So you have Bernie Sanders in Vermont and then Angus King Jr. And then so far it looks like Pete Ricketts overturned Nebraska was previously a Democratic senator, and now it's a Republican senator going to be going into the new stuff here. This is interesting though. Look at the Senate seat for New Mexico. They are declaring it for the Democrat. But if you go back to the presidential side of things, oh no, that's saying no, it's very close. Very far not close actually. That's going to or Democrats right now, it looks like.
So NBC's showing the House is up 161 for Republicans to 107 Democrats.
I'm seeing 110 now on this. Close though. It's still Democrats lost 3 seats, Republicans only gained 2. So where is the third? What color? Where'd it go to? Others 0. So how's that work? How did they lose 3 but they only gained 1, 2, but there's no other parties? Somebody would explain that math to me. Did we just decide that we're losing a seat?
Well, doesn't that go off of census?
Maybe?
Is it
No.
possible that there actually was a seat that got removed?
I don't know. No, because I feel like they have to have like the same numbers, right? To keep the votes or no?
Well, I thought how many they had went off of
You might be right.
the census.
Yeah,
The
you
House
get
is
so
fixed by
many
law,
seats.
no more than 435. So, but it looks like it does. Does it fluctuate? So it says like it's set at the max of 435, but it doesn't say anything about losing seats. Who knows? We'll just wait until it's all coming out. It'll all come out in the wash. This is probably the most important part, though. Like, I understand Trump Harris, like that's a big deal, but also who runs the House and the Senate, like that's a big deal. That's going to be how easy or hard things come together for whoever wins.
Is it though? Because it seems like, if you think about it, couldn't you almost say sometimes that Trump falls more towards the middle, and doesn't he have to fight the Republicans sometimes just as much as the Democrats?
So he
And
has
and
to
I
fight
think
the
that's one.
Republicans, though, and the Democrats. Like, I feel like
Right, that's what I'm saying. So
there's
it's almost like he's
yeah.
an independent, and he's having to fight 2 houses, 2 sides. Whereas if a Democrat gets in, and then they can just basically count that Democrats are going to fall in line, or like if a more solid Republican, I guess you could call them, gets in, then they can count on their side. You know what I mean? And it seems like right now you're fighting 2 battles rather than just one.
Right. No, I agree. I do think though that part of that, and I know we talked about this a little bit the other day, that I think that there are just as many dirty Republicans as there are Democrats. And I think that the ones that I think we're getting to a place though where there are starting to be enough individuals in each party that are starting to step more towards the middle instead of being so far left or right. And I really hope that regardless of who is chosen as president this year, that they are able to work together, those individuals that are stepping back towards the middle, to try to get something good done for the American people. Like, I'm so
Mhm.
tired of every time that we need a bill passed to benefit American citizens, whether it's keeping the government going or whatever it is, that it has to include, oh, we'll keep the government going and send 53 trillion dollars over to, I don't know, Italy so they can make themselves pasta. Like, I'm just, being ridiculous. But I'm
Yeah.
just tired of like all the extra spending that gets thrown into every single bill on both sides.
They need to pass a bill where it is
Just the issue.
subject related, yes, where
Yeah.
it's just the issue and you can't add anything else onto it.
Yeah. Like if we are passing a bill that has to do with, I don't know, funding for new shoelaces, Like, there should be no reason in the world that there is also funding for, I don't know, crackers at the same thing. Like, it doesn't even go together. And I'm
Yeah.
obviously getting tired because now I sound ridiculous. But
No, you don't.
So NBC's now showing Republican for the Senate 49 compared to Democrats 39 for the Senate.
12 uncalled. What does that mean? Oh, like they're not called. They didn't call the race yet. I got you. Never mind. I mean, they really have a lot still. Oh, that's governors. Never mind. I'm like, they have a lot still not called. 153 to 214 is what they have it at. Nationwide, 51 million votes so far for Trump, according to this. So this one over here, this Associated Press, it has him at 54 million. Ooh, sorry, I did not mean to yawn in you guys' ear.
What I'm curious to see what the what the voter numbers look like this year compared to the last election. You know, remember when they said Trump was just mad because he was fired by what, like 80 million people? I think they said isn't that how they worded it? He was fired by 80 million people. Is that how many people voted in the last election? Or that how many people voted for Biden?
That's how many people voted for Biden.
Okay.
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
Well, and I showed the video or the stats earlier about of like how many people voted in each race or whatever. And that was the first time. So first of all, Trump received like 72 million votes, and previously Obama had the highest turnout. I think it was like 61 million or 62 million or something like that. And then Trump was able to get 72 million votes. And so then Biden got 81 million. So you're talking that there was an increase of over 11 million votes at least. It might have been higher than that because I can't remember the numbers. But just from Obama to Biden. And like, to me, like, I'm sorry, that's too big of a jump. Like, I know that they've been pushing voting and importance and stuff like that, but to me, the jump in just how many people voted, it just seems unrealistic. And I mean, who knows? Like I said, I know a lot of people that have registered for the first time and as Republicans too. And so, you know, maybe it was realistic. Maybe there really was that many people voting. But I think if
I don't
during
think
this
so.
election, I was going to say, if during this election, it goes right back to that 60-ish million, 70-ish million people, that's a red flag that, again, something was wrong during the last election.
You know, over there in Italy, they had a trial right after the election because some of their intel guys ran a program that in our election that messed with the ballots. It changed the votes. There was a trial. They were convicted. They actually
I was
admitted
going to
that
say,
they did it.
don't talk about the voting machines. They're like suing everyone who talks about the voting machines right now. Did you see all that?
No.
They like made posts on social media whenever people started talking about the elections being rigged, saying that they were like going to seek out and sue every single person and hold them accountable for libel that that tries to allude to the voting machines being behind the errors in the thing. So,
Well, I'm not accusing their voting machines because they were hacked into.
right.
I'm not alluding that it was them. I'm saying a group of guys over in Italy that worked for their intelligence hampered in our elections and went on trial. They admitted to it. They were convicted, and I've read it in the newspaper. I'm sorry, they're gonna have to sue the news.
Right, right. You know what I find interesting? That Minnesota is still only 16% reported. Like, we are looking at Washington, which just closed a couple minutes ago, is already 56% reported. But Minnesota, like, that's been closed for, I don't know, 2 hours, is still only 16%. Are they literally like taking a horse and buggy and riding to each polling location to pick up their numbers? Like, what are they doing? They have like one cup phone with a string, and they're like taking it from location to location to have them call in their numbers or something. Sorry, I'm just like amazed because like even Arizona 50% reported, they closed 2 hours after Minnesota. Minnesota 16%. What? Sorry.
Does every polling location, does anybody know, does every polling location use the same machines?
No.
Is it the same brand that everybody's using?
No.
No.
Like, so hold on. Some states, even in Pennsylvania, there's different machines for different areas.
Okay.
Hold on.
I was just curious because I was thinking if that is a big issue, or they think that might have been a big issue, why wouldn't they just have another, another machine, basically another a redundancy? Why wouldn't they have a redundancy and check those? There shouldn't really be an instance where if you run it through, for instance, two machines. I mean, really, there should be very few instances where one machine spits out one number and another one spits out a different number.
Right, right.
That's actually a really good idea, BJ. Just saying.
Mhm.
I mean, I think
Yeah.
just maybe it would help, just kind of solidify things. But of course, you have the people that will say, like, "No, the way we have it is just fine. Everything's free and fair." But I don't know. There's still just a lot of things that make you a little squeamish about it.
I agree.
But only since 2020, right? Never before. Never before 2020 has there been any issues.
No. I'm not going with that. I don't want to get sued, but I'm not going with that, BJ.
It's just crazy. I mean, to think how can you see this is the way that I look at it anyways. How do you see all this stuff and whether you look into it more, you verify it more, or you don't, but you see so many instances of like, there might be an issue here, there might be a little bit of issue there. You see all these things, and then you still have people that's like, nope, elections are completely good, no worries. And and it is kind of concerning, as well as I don't know. I was watching something, and they said, if you ask anybody, Republican, Democrat, anybody, what they think the percentage is of, election fraud, and
I don't know. Ask Barry. He voted for Suzanne.
but they said that almost nobody will tell you 0%. You know what I mean? So everybody always thinks there's just a hair, even if it's just a hair.
Well, I mean, so you're talking about that, and there was a state, I want to say it was Colorado, that caught 12 ballots today that the people, or maybe it wasn't today, maybe it was from the mail-in ballots, that they had reached out to people because their ballots were not matching signature-wise. And so it was only 12 ballots, but could that 12 ballots make a difference? And is there actually more than 12 ballots? Like, they had to hold a press conference about it though, and let people know, like, hey, if you had a mail-in ballot, or if you show up to your polling place and it says that you already voted, contact us, because they had found somebody, allegedly filled out ballots as these people's different voter registrations.
Oh, I'd be so mad.
Yeah, could you imagine like pulling up and going to vote and then being like, no, you already voted? Like what?
Right. And how do you fight that? Because I mean, there are people, I'm sure, that would try to vote again if they could. You know what I mean? Like if you really thought that you could get away with it. I know there was a group of old men. I was telling somebody about this earlier. There was a group of old men at my voting location, and they were just very loudly talking about how dissatisfied they are, with everything right now. And whenever the one guy got up there to ask for his ballot, they were like, telling him his stuff, and he was like, "Oh, you forgot to give me my other ballot." Like wink, wink type of
Yeah.
thing. Like, you only gave me one. Thought I get two of these. Like, but that's just, I don't know. Obviously a joke, but I'm sure that unless you have a group of trustworthy people, like, how do you know something like that wouldn't happen? And how easy could that potentially be?
Well, yeah, and I think because you don't put there's no information on your ballot that
Makes it yours.
makes
Well,
it
the
yours.
numbers.
Yeah.
So there is though. So whenever you go, I don't know how your location was set up, but mine was a table with I think 5 ladies sitting at it and then a security guard guy. And they had me check in with the lady with my last name in the book, and then I had to sign the book, and then I had to get my ballot from another lady, and they recorded the number voter that I was and like what my voter registration ID number was, basically into their book to match up with what ballot number mine was.
Oh, okay.
So if it comes back that like I was number 436 or whatever, I don't remember my number. But if it comes back that for some reason there is, "Hey Ellen, have a good night. Thank you so much for joining us." But if there some reason would be an issue, like for example with my squiggled M on my ballot, they would know which ballot to pull and say like, okay, well this one didn't match signature wise, so we need to investigate it more, blah blah blah. And then, like I said, you have so many days after the election to fix that. They're supposed to reach out to you and call each voter or whatever, or send you a letter letting you know that.
So then it does link it to you then.
Mm-hmm.
See, I felt like the way that unless they did it and I just wasn't paying attention, I feel like they
Yeah.
they did it on a tablet for me. I had to sign a tablet, and
Oh,
then they
really?
handed me and then the other lady handed me a piece of paper and
Mm-hmm.
basically said go sit down and fill your circles in.
Yeah. Oh, you had seats. Jeez,
Yeah.
classy. No, see, ours is all paper where I am. It's a paper book log, it's a paper ballot. And then you have these like stand up booths that you go and stand in and to fill out your thing. So
Well, ours is at a fire hall, so I don't know if that tells you
ours is a
anything.
church basement. So PA is still up. Trump is still up, 76% reported. He is up by around 180,000 votes right now. So that's great. Minnesota
Way to
is
go,
still at
Amish.
16% reported. It's been like an hour since I last looked at it. Just saying, Minnesota, get on it. Wisconsin is at 67% reported. He is up by around 80,000 votes right now in Wisconsin. Michigan is still only 34% reported. So, got a long way to go for Michigan. New Mexico, it looks like, is 73% reported. They're still separated by about 38,000 votes. That is going towards Harris right now. Arizona, it's 50-50, but they're only separated by 3,000% or 3,000 votes right now. Trump is currently up. They're at 50% reported, less than 2% difference between them, or 0.2%. Wow, my brain in my mouth. So, I mean, only 3,000 votes right now in Arizona making the difference. So I hope you're not lying about casting your vote there, Bushes.
I'm not in Arizona.
I don't know. You're in an A state. I thought that as soon as I said it. I was like, you're in Arkansas. But either way, maybe you should go to Arizona and vote because it starts with an A also. And you should get to vote in all of the states that have the same letter. You could probably catch a plane to Arizona and then go to Alaska next. It'll be fine.
Look, When running, remember it's the 3 A's: Alaska, Arkansas, Argentina.
Is that the path
If you
out of
got
the country?
if you got to run, you hide in those 3 places.
Wow,
I
that's one of the many problems in Colorado. One of the top election officials tried to cover it up. Wow. Some are calling for her resignation. The governor has started an investigation. Dirty people all over
And
the
that's in
place.
Colorado?
Mhm. They're always blue.
Yeah.
My brother and sister-in-law used to live there. Well, you know that because they were right by Gannon.
Yeah.
Literally my nephew was in Gannon's little sister's classroom. And anyway, so they ended up moving out of Colorado because it got so far. Like, you think California is bad. Colorado went from like kind of blue collarish to like out of nowhere you wake up one day and it was just about as far left as you can imagine it to be.
Yeah.
And they drew the line at the naked gay pride parades that started coming through town. That was it for them, whenever they
It
were walking through town, and next thing you know, they seen genitals, like,
Oh,
and
no.
they were like, "No, we're good. We're good on this." So they moved to Texas, so
Yeah, I think California would have been red, except everybody who would have voted red moved.
yeah.
They moved to other states.
Right, right. Colorado, like, I mean, I always feel bad whenever it's like these areas are mostly red with a little bit of blue. They used to keep Trump off the ballot. Yeah. Yep. You think you may be the only one in chat still awake because of the time zone? Probably.
Yes.
That's all right. Everybody is still clicked in, still watching them ads with us. Come on. Sorry, guys. I love you all. But, have to pay the bills. All right. So, guess what happened while I was talking about Colorado and their balls that they have on display? Minnesota has finally updated to 47% reporting. It's not good news. They do have a lead for Harris. Currently, she is up by 200,000 votes almost, like 190,000.
Huh.
That's okay. We don't need them. We only needed one of the blue wall states, and they are technically these 3, not that one. Harris campaign just said, "Let's go to sleep and see what happens in the morning." Well, we're part of the Trump campaign. What's up, all-nighter?
We're partying.
Harris campaign. Did they really say that?
It wouldn't surprise me. She wasn't even coming out to speak.
I bet she wasn't.
Has she just given up? Like, but won't say it.
Like, Joe Biden came out and he was like, "Listen, I'm not coming to your party." Which, shocker, he wasn't allowed out of the basement for it. Where did you see that at, Cooter G? I'm looking for a link because I just Googled it, but
Yes, Red Rock. That is exactly why they're turning purple. They're in Texas. Half my family from California done moved to Texas.
You know what? Is Harris saying let's just go to sleep and see what happens because of that 2
yeah,
a.m.
2 a.m. 2 a.m. That's whenever all the voters come into PA. They only got 13% left that they can take, and right now she's down for.
Is that what PA is right now?
Yeah, this is PA. They are. Whoops, I clicked into it wrong. So PA currently is at 77% reported. Donald Trump is at 51.2% of the vote, and she is only at 47.8%. She is down by like 200,000 votes ish, like 180, 190,000.
Wow.
The Amish got her.
Yeah, I heard they were driving down the road with their buggies and their Trump flags.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So NBC's saying that the popular vote right now, Trump's still leading with 4.9 million ahead of Harris.
Yeah, he's at 58 million according to this, and she's at 53 million.
How is New York still blue? Haven't those people had enough?
Look, I'll show you. Which tab am I on? Am I on the map? It's not still blue, because look.
Oh.
Look how many counties are red. It's literally Albany, Rochester, Buffalo, and Syracuse. Everything else is red except for like this little bit.
I was
But that's
looking
like,
at the line over. I thought that was New York. I'm in the wrong spot on the map.
no, you're okay. I feel like this, like, New Jersey really should have been bigger if you think about it. Like, this little area could have went to New Jersey. This little area of PA could have went to New Jersey, and New Jersey could have been a real big state. It could have been a real boy, just like the rest of the real boys. But
You
no.
really complain about it, but I'm going to tell you something. The New Jersey people really win the Powerball.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, they do.
What do you mean they win?
California's
Mega
good at that.
Millions?
California's
Yeah.
good for that too.
Mm.
It's always New Jersey, California, or Florida.
Guess we know where we need to go buy our next ticket at, huh?
Yeah.
Just kidding. 79% now in Pennsylvania, went up another 2%, and she's still down. So
I like looking at when they keep popping up by county on the NBC. There's just so much red. It's all these little squares, and there's so much red for the whole United States. It's kind of crazy.
Can one of the mods delete that from Anthony Lee?
What the heck is that?
I don't know, but I don't.
DJ Donald J. Trump to
never
100
mind.
plus.
Okay, never mind. You're good. I didn't know what I was looking at. I was like worried like somebody was dropping their Cash App, because sometimes people do that.
I mean,
Yeah,
I
like,
think that
don't come in here dropping your
DJT.
Cash App. Oh my God, Libby, if you were still here, so how about Libby sent me a Cash App on October 15th, and I just freaking seen it yesterday. I was like, why is that little dollar sign up there? And I freaking just scrolled into it. Thank you so much, by the way, Libby. I feel like such a horrible person. Here we are, freaking 3.5 hours into the line. It's okay. I'm sorry, Anthony Lee. Here we are, 3.5 hours into the live, and I just now remembered that I was supposed to say thank you to Libby. Yeah, sorry about that, Libby. Speaking of Libby, if any of y'all didn't see it, it's the stock. Okay, gotcha. Thank you so much, Anthony Lee. Libby has a Shopify, is that the right website? Where she has been posting her Sleuth Mom merch. You guys probably have seen it ticking through the chat. The merch itself does not benefit me in any way, shape, or form other than spreading our logo and our Sleuth family name. But it does help support Libby, who has been a wonderful member of our community throughout all of the times that we've been here. Hey, speaking of Libby shop, there you go. Nightbot just dropped the link if you guys are interested in checking out any of the merch that she is selling over there, and giving that a look see.
So talking about the stock from Anthony Lee, you were talking about gambling earlier. You can now officially place a wager on who's going to win the country.
So I seen that, and I also seen people like having nervous breakdowns because they're paranoid that they think they may have lost everything by voting or by putting their money on the wrong one. I couldn't imagine. Like, this is something that's so unpredictable.
I guess that's why you can gamble on it now.
You don't gamble unless you can afford to set your money on fire.
Well, that's the way it's supposed to be.
Well,
Unfortunately, not the way everybody does it.
That's the way I do it.
Yeah. Okay, so let me read you guys this update because this kind of gives a little bit of everything from all the states. It says it's 11:30 p.m. Eastern Standard, and the polls have closed in most of the U.S. Here are the latest updates on voting. It says young voters signature issue in Nevada. In an emerging issue with a ballot signature, an official told CNN that many young voters do not know how to sign their name. How freaking embarrassing for our country. Why did everybody take away freaking learning how to do cursive handwriting? That was one of the biggest mistakes, I swear. Anyway, so it says more than 11,000 ballots need to be cured, which means that signatures don't match signatures on file, according to the Nevada Secretary of State. What we're finding is there's a lot of younger people who have a signature issue because they live in a digital world and they haven't used a real signature in real life. Hand counting in Pennsylvania, Cambria County is conducting a hand count of the ballots that could not be scanned at the precinct earlier today due to a software issue. The Pennsylvania Secretary of State said that adding that process can take some time.
Shocker.
Yeah. Log jams in North Carolina's election data appearing online. There are log jams that cause a brief delay in North Carolina's election data appearing online because so many counties are sharing vast amount of data around the same time. Milwaukee is recounting 30,000 absentee ballots. Is that Minnesota? Milwaukee. Is that Minnesota?
No, that is Wisconsin.
Wisconsin. Okay. So they are recounting 30,000 ballots, and they have counted more than 63,000 out of the 107,000 absentee ballots. They announced that at 8:30 p.m. Making fast progress after an error setting up the tabulator machines required a recount of the 30,000 ballots. Oh, geez. 2 voting locations in Pennsylvania polling places near Westchester were evacuated due to a bomb threat, and so they stayed open until 10 p.m., which that was an hour and a half ago. So that is kind of like a update in a nutshell.
The gap closed on popular vote, according to NBC, of course, to 4.1 million between the two. Trump still leading. So the gap's closing some on the popular vote side.
You know why though? Because California is at 27%. So what I look to happen is California, she's going to get a lot of votes there. Like a lot. I mean, she's already at 2.8 million votes and they're only at 27% reported. And so that's where a lot of the popular vote number is going to come from. And that's why the Electoral College is important because God, they would decide everything.
And that's not a United States we want to live in, right?
I think that we're all eagerly waiting for Hawaii's results.
Most important, yep.
Yep. Hawaii and Alaska.
Big numbers there.
Mm-hmm. Huge. Oh, Westchester. That's the cornfield where the criminal was there last year. That's right. Wisconsin. Yeah. See, look at this. I just need to have Red Rock come up here because she apparently knows all the things.
Yeah.
She can come up on panel. She's been answering all the questions for us.
She has.
Honestly, if you wanted to come up, Red Rock, you really could.
Red Rover, send Red Rock on over.
That gap is getting smaller.
Popular vote don't mean nothing. As long as this PA stays red, I'm good. You guys hang on tight there. You hold hands. Y'all 3 stay red together, and we will cross this bridge one little bitty step at a time. It'll be fine.
So Georgia's 91%. I just seen there.
Yep, 91%.
Trump's up 2.5 compared to her 2.4.
Is this? I wonder. Let me make this bigger. Oh, it's already done. So, whoa. There, that'll make it a little bit easier. See, so there's California's at 37%. Arizona's at 50%. Look, they're only 0.4% away from each other. Still going to Trump at the moment.
Wow, yeah, Arizona's going to be tight.
Mm-hmm. I think though, like, I need one of those maps that you can click on to see, like,
I'm still watching the Senate and the House too. I'm waiting on that.
I can switch it around too. Oh, hold on.
I have NBC up next. I'm like watching both.
You know who we need to check on is Utah's numbers growing.
Oh, we forgot
Issue
about
is
Utah.
my camera is like sitting right in the middle of where the screen button is for me to see where my scrolly bar is. That's why I keep having issues. Okay, I just moved some stuff. Did Utah's numbers start coming in? 1% reported. Utah, hurry up. Get them the can with the string, you guys. Minnesota has it. Let's send it over. So the House is at 170 and 123.
That's good.
Mm-hmm. They changed it to lost 2 seats and only gained 1 seat. Wasn't it lost 3 and gained 2?
Yeah.
How did that change?
Oh, they're calling it 50 right now.
Yep. So it looks like the Senate is going to go to the Republicans at this moment. Who else flipped? No one. Just this one. Interesting. If they would just call Arizona, Wisconsin, and Georgia, we would win. Would they? That's what I was working on doing, was pulling up. Ugh. Wrong thing. Hold on. Now where did it go? Was pulling up an editing map. Okay, I can't do it this big. I'll do it like that. Okay. So then let me pull one over here. Let's see if I can do like I can't remember which site I had that I was using like the editing map. Oh, I think I like this one better. You know what the difference is? Nothing. It's just the light mode versus the dark mode. Interactive map. Okay.
1% of the vote, and the AP has called a Trump win in Utah.
Right. Okay.
Interesting.
So here's where we are right now. He is at 230. She is at 226. If he were to win, for sure. So they already called this over on the other map. So we're going to give that to him. Let me look at the other one. What else did they call? That's it right now, right? So if he wins that one, which he did according to... Yeah. Why am we at 246? Hold on. So that would give us 246. You get Georgia, you're at 260. You get PA, you're at 281. He wouldn't even need the other ones. Or you get, whoa, I'm not good at this. So even if he gets Michigan, that's good. Even if he gets Wisconsin. Either way, as long as he gets Georgia, North Carolina, in one of those 3 states, that's literally all he needs. If she would get that one and that one, and he took the others, he still will win. You know what I mean? Like, even
Yeah,
if she got all these
270 to
blue.
win.
Yep, 270 to win. So even if PA goes blue, if Michigan stays red, or Wisconsin, or whatever, like, that's what we need. We just need one of them to stay red. Just one.
Between which ones?
Hold on.
Pennsylvania, Michigan,
And Wisconsin.
Wisconsin.
Just one has to be red.
Well,
this is what we're at
Arizona's
right
going to
now.
be close. Is that going to make a difference?
No,
It will make a difference
Nope.
I
with
don't
those
think
three.
so.
No, because look, if we take this one and we put it blue, and he gets Georgia, North Carolina, like they're saying right now, and then PA, he won. Now, he would have to carry Nevada and one of the other ones to win, even if she took Arizona. But it wouldn't matter which one of the other ones. Sorry, I'm trying to get to the right thing. Oh, no. So he would have to have Nevada and Michigan or PA to win if he lost Arizona.
Nevada, PA, or Michigan.
Yeah,
Is that
because
what you
like
said?
Wisconsin only gives him 267.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? If he
Mhm.
loses Arizona. Alaska's in already? They're showing red?
Oh,
And Hawaii's showing blue?
well, yeah.
I think those are givens, aren't they?
Probably. So, I mean, that's if he loses Arizona. Right now, we don't know if he's going to lose Arizona. But if he would lose Arizona, then he would need either Michigan or PA. Because if we turn this one blue, she still doesn't win. She would need those other two also. Am I showing the right one? Yeah. Okay. So there is. Yeah, they called North Carolina earlier. That's why I was confused whenever I seen that it wasn't lit up on this one. They're 90% reported. He's up by 1.8% above her. No, 2.8% above her. Like, I mean, he got it. So
NBC News says exit poll record low share of voters identify as Democrats.
well, Republicans historically show up at the polls on election day. I don't know why. I guess because we don't trust the mail-in process. We're too lazy to pay for a stamp. Like, I have no idea. I don't know what it is. But we historically just go in person. So
I
yeah.
don't trust the post office,
Neither
especially
do I.
like since COVID.
Right.
Like
Well,
since COVID,
I
I
don't
definitely don't
either,
trust them.
but they had early voting where you went to a poll and just did it.
Well, so some places you have early voting where you can just go to a poll and do it. In PA, they don't. It's not the same. So our early voting, you have to go to your like local county commissioner's office, which involves like walking into the courthouse area. You know what I mean? Like, it's a whole hassle to like go in and actually try to early vote. I'm not for that. I like my little polling place. I'll just keep going there. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not walking to somebody's office.
Well, my regular polling place is literally down the street at a church in my neighborhood. But for early voting, I had to go to the community center. And it's not that far. But I mean, they make it super easy.
Yeah. So I don't know. I really think that we are on the road for success. I'm afraid to like take my eyes off of it.
Right.
I feel like I kind of am too. Like it looks good, but you know, we know how that turned out before.
Well, yeah, like I'm in a situation where if I wake up tomorrow and all of a sudden all these states like are blue, I think I'm gonna just be hurt and shocked and upset and confused.
I'm going to
And
be
then
calling
I'm
for a
gonna go to
recount.
Walmart and take a free TV because that's what we do whenever we're upset. Just kidding. Yeah, the Postal Service Union endorsed Harris. That's so wrong. How can you control and walk my ballot safely as a Republican voter to my location if you're like, yeah, I want the other guy to win? Like, I think you guys should have to stay, like,
Neutral.
yeah. But doesn't mean if they claim they're neutral that they actually are. I mean,
Right.
I don't know.
Another NBC News exit poll: first-time voters lean toward Trump in a reversal from 2020.
So I was talking about this the other day, and it sounded extremely horrible. But one of the things that I said is eventually Republicans will just outbirth Democrats. And because, like, Republicans are, all about building families and doing things like that, and Democrats are only worried about abortion and, you know, trans rights and gay rights and all those things. And like, hey, more power to you for what you do in your bedroom. That's your business, whatever. But whenever you do that thing that you do in your bedroom, it's not going to make a voter in the future for you. Like, you're not going to birth anybody. And don't get me wrong, I know that there are a lot of individuals that, adopt and things like that. I think that's okay. You know what I mean? I'm not saying that, but you know, just in reality, there are, I don't know, like, for example, I know Republican voters that have 8 kids. Like, and I guarantee you every single one of those Republican voters with those 8 kids, their kids are going to grow up and likely become Republican voters unless something drastic happens to change in the party. They have conservative values, and that's the way that they lean.
My
You start
situation is unique. Don't judge it.
What do you mean? Oh, yeah, because you didn't birth Republican voters. I'm just saying, like, the conservative, I guess I should say, like, conservative voters are, birthing more conservatives, if that makes sense. I don't know.
My ex-husband wasn't gay when I met him. He decided that later. My kids lean towards his vote.
That's funny.
There's another one. I don't know. I love how they put emphasis on this. NBC News. Julie Johnson becomes first LGBTQ candidate in the South elected to
But
Congress.
again, so this is the party who does not want diversity or that wants diversity and inclusion and acceptance and all of this stuff, and they are so focused on identity politics. I could care less that you're the first anything as long as you're doing what your constituents want in your area
And
and
I
you're
agree with
doing
that.
what's
Yep.
best for your party, like for your people that you represent, then far be it from me to say that you can't be the first anything. I want to go and become an elected official and become the first person who, I don't know, what can I be, guys? I'm going to be the first Girl Scout president or something. Like, I don't know. The first farming simulator representative.
Breaking news: President playing farming simulator last night comes up with a policy.
Hides missing person in their basement.
Breaking news: Sleuth Mom is going live from the Oval Office, and it'll just be me on screen driving my tractor. Trump was the first president to utilize tweets to talk directly to the people. I'll be the first person to utilize the PlayStation Network.
Can you just imagine? Like, seriously. Can you imagine being on live and like it pops in President of the United States?
Do nobody teach Trump how to play Call of Duty? Don't do it. Because there's voice with that. He can communicate.
I'm all for it.
I could see him taunting other people.
You guys are gonna get me in trouble because I'm laughing hard now.
I'm gonna run on that platform. I like that idea. can Secret Service stop you from playing PlayStation at night and streaming live?
I don't know. I guess like it would take like the threat of assassination away if he would just do live streams from PlayStation because you're just sitting in your chair in the Oval Office, like
It could be the next greatest Twitch streamer, right?
right, that's right. Look, here we are. PA is 83% reported, and that lead for Trump just keeps on a growing. Sorry. Here, let me move it
It
up.
takes the Amish a little bit longer to get to the polls.
Oops.
They're using horses.
You know what though? Like yeah. Yeah, just don't use the pressure washer for sure. I never would I ever. I think we got this.
Oh my gosh, NBC is not moving the Senate. It's still showing 49 Republican, 51 Democrat on the NBC poll.
Yeah, and this is saying 42 and 50. And that they lost 2 seats. It looks like Bernie Sanders, but that's like, I mean, we knew Bernie Sanders was going to be there.
I have not even looked at what's going on in my own state. I haven't looked.
For are you going to live in
Arkansas.
Arizona or Arkansas?
Arkansas.
Man. I was trying to not dox you, and here you are saying your real state out there. See?
At
It's not my fault.
what point do you think I care? I dox myself.
That's true. That's true.
Like
All right.
20 people I never met can Google my house and have my address. What do you? I don't care.
You should make cookies and like pass them out to visitors.
Exactly. I
It would
live in
make
a
me more likely to
stand your
come.
ground state. I'm not scared. If anybody comes to my porch I don't want, they'll leave.
Oh, man. Well, I think I'm going to go ahead and call it a night. I think I feel confident and comfortable with where we are in most of these states. Like PA is making me feel pretty good. Michigan's still only 44% reported. He's only up by wait, this is not the presidential. Hold on. That's the Senate. Michigan still though only is 45% reported, and he is only up by 140,000. He's up by 100,000 in Wisconsin. They're at 76% reported. PA is at 83% and up by around 200,000. And Georgia, they're at 93%. He's still up by more than 100,000 votes. Arizona is still saying 50%. They haven't moved.
I'm a little concerned she hasn't conceded yet.
They're not going to concede.
No, I think she's not going to concede, and I think she's going to turn around and scream recount.
Yeah.
I feel like they can't do that. Like, how do you go from being the ones that's like, shut up, it was all fine, that like there has to be somebody smart in the room that's like, hey, we probably shouldn't do that considering that we've criticized, that thought for how long now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. They really pushed that one, didn't they?
It's like how can they even use that? Although, I don't know. It's again only ever an issue in the last election, never before.
Right.
Never before. Anyways, I was hoping that my sister was going to call off work tomorrow so that I could sleep in, but I'm pretty sure that her kids are going to be here in 5 hours because she didn't message me and say that she was calling off. So I'm going to have to go to sleep, apparently.
All right. You got some other people in the chat you should say hi to, though. Some new poppers.
Oh, hey. Hi, Patriotism. Hey, Honey Elder. How are you? Yeah, lawsuits. Lawsuits like crazy. Hi, Cooter G from the north. Yeah, Clinton sued. Gore sued. Alaska is saying results at 1 a.m., but they are, I mean, they're already showing red on the other map. So like Hawaii's at 0%, they already went blue. Like they didn't even give their people a chance to vote. They're like, no, we don't have time for this. So let me share this map again. So this is reflecting what colors everything is right now. The ones that are light colored is where they are leaning, but they're not confirmed yet. Where the electoral college is going to go, essentially. So this one kind of makes the colors, a little bit easier to see, I guess. But I think a couple of them are wrong because, like Ohio, he's already up by 600,000 votes. They're 95% reported. That one's more deep red, actually. Like it's. Let me see if there's any other ones. Iowa is 90% reported. He's up over almost 200,000. So we'll go ahead and confirm that one deep red. And Kansas, he's up over 100,000. It's deep red. And so right now, currently, this one is light red. This one is light red. This one is light red. This is another one that's deep red because he's up 140,000 and it is over 2% distance between the two of them. Georgia is still saying up in the air. It's around 1.5% in between the two of them. So I'm going to go ahead and leave it light pink. But currently, this is our map and what we're looking at. With that being said, if these states stay the way that they are currently, he will have a landslide victory. And that's not even putting Nevada into this because their results just keep saying results expected soon. So I don't know what the heck Nevada is doing, but they're just kind of chilling. So right now it looks like we have, a win. Wisconsin is at 77% reported. They're 100,000 apart. It's over 4% difference, it says, though. I think that it's safe to say he's going to get Wisconsin. I'm going to go ahead and put that a little bit deeper because I guess there is still that 23% that it could switch. And Texas is deep red. I don't know why that's not. Sorry. Let me fix that. And Florida is deep red. And so this is what we're looking at, really. PA is at 84%. It's 150,000 votes difference between them. Could 150,000 votes all come in and all go to Kamala by morning? I mean, I guess if they wheel the suitcases in like they did last year, it's possible, or not last year, but last election, it's possible. But I don't think it's likely. I mean,
Listen, 2 a.m. has me nervous. That's all I'm saying. I know you're confident, but 2 a.m. has me nervous.
3025 657 plus 2854 462. So you're looking at, I swear to God, if I click this and it tells me the total number of votes. Okay. So anyway, so you're looking at around almost 6 million votes coming into Pennsylvania already counted. And that's 84%. So let me see.
Sleuth, somebody in your chat really likes peanut butter and jelly. I'm just saying.
Hi, Jordan.
Oh, there's Jordan Olive. Hi, Jordan.
Hi, Jordan. How are you? Yeah, I hope Seal's recovering good too. Yeah, suitcases are just evil between elections and true crime. I'm done with suitcases. Yep, stick with duffel bags, guys. Okay, bye patriotism. So I watch my sister's kids. She drops them off at 5 a.m. and then they stay with me until they go to school. And so I have to get up super early with them. But they go back to sleep. I typically try to go back to sleep. It doesn't always happen. But so anyway, so where was I? What was I saying? So 6 million.
I think, were you trying to see if the 2 a.m. dump is gonna
Affect it? Yeah. I was doing math, and like that's hard for me right now because my brain is barely working. So even if, so right now, if that's 84% of the votes, that means that the total vote count for PA is going to be around 72 million or 7,200,000. So even if every single ballot that comes in between now and tomorrow morning, and it's all for Kamala Harris, there's not one vote for Trump, they will still, Trump would still be above her.
I like it when you say that.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm mathing right, could be a chance that I'm mathing wrong, but I think if that's correct and that's 84% of the votes that came in, they just changed the numbers again. Bastards. So it's 85% of the vote now. Let me switch it back to the screen. So it's 85% of the vote now. The lead did, or it did narrow. He's at 377,000 now. Or no, 300. Yeah, 3,077,000 minus 2,908,9. So he's leading her currently by 168,000 votes. And if that's 85%, then that is less than 100 and no. My brain's not doing it. Now, what numbers did I just say a minute ago? Like, even if every vote comes in for her, I don't think he wins. Or I mean, I don't think she wins.
You don't think she wins?
Yeah. I just don't see how. The math wouldn't match. My brain is like, phew. I am done. I think I was done at like 10:30. My brain was starting to be like, woo. And now I'm just getting like gone. I'm getting gone.
Like, when do you ever like see me up after 9?
This is historical stuff going on here.
It is.
True
It
that.
is historical.
True that. I'm curious if there are any. Let me see. Let me see what Devry's saying.
Just cut this off real quick. My son is a
Republicans
Sagittarius.
are up now.
If I give him a kiss, he's going from 0 to 100% and he's ready to play. He's ready to go.
No. Oh, who else we got? Let's see here.
Oh shit.
What the
No, it's not.
I was about to say, what the hell?
He's still up 2 percentage points.
Yeah, he's up
Okay.
a little. He's up
She's
69,000.
Almost
Yeah,
3
okay.
percentage points.
He's up about
He's still up
69,000.
100K.
No, he's up 69,000.
You sure, bro?
Am I tweaking? Is that
Yeah,
169,000?
bro. He's at a low 9.
No, they're doing
That's
the
not-
same thing we are. They're also just looking at it going, what is going on right now? At least I don't feel like an idiot then. At least it's not just me. Oh, man. That's funny. Let's see.
So if he wins, then when do the wars end?
I don't think he's going to be able to end them wars.
He was saying, and I was just curious. He said that he said he would be able to do it before he was even in office. Once he was elected, basically, he said he could make some phone calls and get it done.
I'm not so sure about that. Israel is now directly hitting Iran, and they are directly hitting back. And I don't see that changing anytime soon for
Yeah.
anybody. Russia is still going at Ukraine because, you know, that guy running the place, he's kind of crazy.
Little off his rocker.
So
Yeah,
Trump is
he's
getting
got brain
ready to
tumors.
address his peoples.
Oh no, he's gonna address the nation. What's he gonna do?
Oh no, it says Trump delivers remarks from Mar-a-Lago.
Good night,
Oh,
INS.
this
We'll
ought to
see if
be
it already
happy.
happened.
This ought to be happy news because you know he's been doing shots.
He doesn't drink, I don't think.
Yeah, he probably doesn't.
No,
But
they
it
still
should be
haven't brought him out yet,
interesting
but now
because
I
the
feel
cameraman
obligated to
did,
like stay awake and see what the heck he's gonna say. You know what I
right?
mean?
Uh-huh.
But like this live has been going for an hour and he still hasn't. They're just filming the audience at his party. Let's take a look at this video.
Jordan said Trump is about to announce his win.
Oh man, but he announced it in 2020 and that was a mess afterwards.
Did he actually announce it earlier?
He was like, "Oh, and we're gonna win. We're winning," you know.
See, I couldn't do that because I wouldn't want to have to open mouth and insert foot.
Well, I want to play this, but I know that they're going to copyright strike me if I play the whole thing. So I was looking to see if they talk about any like things that make us sound, you know, less intelligent.
We do a pretty good job on our own.
We did like do pretty decent with this whole situation. And I can honestly say I gave everybody the right to talk. I had a Democrat up here and he was just as anti Kamala as everybody else.
Maybe next time we ought to rethink that, you know.
Well, I knew that he was going to be anti-Kamala, though. I did know that. But there's nothing you can do whenever the candidate that you've been given is like just sucks. So this is old. This is like they're talking about.
According to a source in Milwaukee County, 9 out of 19 municipalities are completely reported, and the source also says that the.
You say that was old?
No, that one's the live stream that he's supposed to come out on.
4 a.m. tonight, Central Time. So these results coming in overnight there from Milwaukee County.
But it doesn't give like a time that he's supposed to come out at. It just says, which I guess I could have put that on my live stream and then people would have been clicking in like, ooh, you know, like, what's he about
We're
to
just
say?
waiting. Yeah. Race called president can. Why is it telling me this? What is
happened?
going on?
Did she concede? Shut up. Did she?
I know my TV just did something weird.
Oh. Man, that was not nice.
So what does that look like? Like, let's say she does concede. Like, what? I mean,
She
that
just
doesn't.
calls him the winner, and like it just.
But she can still win. Like, it
No,
doesn't.
because if she concedes the race, like she pulls herself out, basically.
Oh, is it legit? That legit? See,
Yeah.
I didn't know that. I thought it was more just symbolic, like, congratulations, you won.
Yeah, no.
Who would do that? Like, why would you
So
do that?
it actually happens a lot. Like if this was going on right now, back in I would say, you know, the 2012, 2016, like that was what you did. Like Hillary made that not be the normal. Actually, Al Gore, I think, made that not be the normal whenever that whole situation was going on and he fought it so hard. But for the most part, it is typically something that you do see them concede, I feel like.
Yeah, because it gets late at night, and if they know that they're lost, they don't want to have to stay up all night. They would just want to go home and go
They
to
just
bed
want to
'cause
go to
they're
bed.
tired.
They're just like, hey, I give up, guys. I'm going to bed.
Right.
Well, that's not a winning attitude, is it?
Well, the numbers don't lie.
Yeah.
If you see that you can't win it, that there is no hope, go to bed. It just is what it is.
But again, an additional
reaction is coming. I did what I did, and why I fight for you. That's what this is about.
And Austin Westfall joining me here in the Live Now newsroom as well, commenting, responding to some of these race calls and results coming in. We have Nebraska District 2. This is Omaha. That's that congressional district here. One electoral vote there is up for grabs. And Harris over Trump 61-38 there with 46% of estimated votes counted. Also Nebraska District 3, Trump over Harris. This is like the rest of Nebraska, central and western Nebraska here. And you see there 10% of estimated votes counted. Trump up on Harris, almost 2-1 there. So wanted to get in some of these numbers. Now, all of Nebraska has 5 electoral votes. Also, let's talk about Nebraska here. Why does it all have 5 votes there?
Yeah, it's a little deceptive, Andrew. Basically, what we're talking about here is 2 of the electoral votes out of those 5 go for the entirety of the state's popular vote. That's how they determine 2 of those votes. The other 3 votes are split between the 3 congressional districts in Nebraska. Each one gets 1 electoral vote. The second one specifically is going to be part of Kamala Harris's easiest path to the presidency. If she gets that 1 electoral vote in Nebraska District 2, as well as the blue wall states, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan, that would give her the presidency as long as all of the 43 other non-battleground states and D.C. fall the way that they expect them to fall. You just gave us a lot of data. Pull up our map. Let's look at the balance of power. Right now, this is the important number. Republicans, they've got 50 right now. That's what they needed in order to get half. That means if Trump wins the presidency, J.D. Vance becomes the vice president. That means he's the tiebreaker. That means Republicans would have control of the Senate in that scenario. But as you can see here, there are still lots of these seats up for grabs, and they are in competitive states, Andy. So we're looking at states like Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Nevada, Montana. These are all states where Democrats are facing tough challenges. And as you can see, they're all leaning red right now. So it's looking like it's very, very difficult to imagine a path where the Democrats maintain control of the Senate. I think we have Rich Rubino standing by. He's somebody that I've been speaking to over the weeks. We've been talking about what the most consequential races are in the Senate. We've been discussing how this thing could play out and that it was likely that the Republicans might gain control of the Senate. But I think Rich, and we'll have him on in a moment here,
yeah, before we get to that, Austin, I just want to cut you off a little bit because I believe we're just seeing Amy Klobuchar at the microphone. Of course, she did take that, the incumbent Democrat there. We did see her just a little bit here on Live Now from Fox. As you can see, she might be stepping away from the podium, so we're going to take you out to that in just a second. But Austin, let's get back to your comments because let's bring in Rich Rubino right now because Amy Klobuchar clearly wrapping up that speech. She did earn the title there in that Senate seat, retaining that seat over Royce Wine. Let's bring in Rich Rubino right now, political analyst. Again, thank you so much for joining us. Austin was breaking it down very great about the balance of power, what we're seeing right now. What do we make of the landscape on this election night, Rich?
A couple things. It's very competitive right now, and Republicans seems to be having an...
They like literally say the same crap as us. Like, we know it's competitive. Like, I wanted to see what their breakdown of like the numbers that we're currently seeing are. And I feel like nobody
Republicans have won control of the Senate,
yeah.
according to Apple News.
Yeah. Like, and they just keep showing maps, which is great and all, but I want to hear them talk.
Yeah, I think that politics should not be the deciding factor of whether or not you can be friends with someone. I don't know if that's a general consensus that makes sense, but it's insane to me to look at somebody and say, well, because you voted for this person, I, can't stand you, basically. And I mean, I guess if there's a certain issue that really hits you that hard, maybe. But it seems like nowadays it's just like you look at the person and it's like, yeah, you vote or voted for this person, so we're basically done. I have people on Facebook constantly like, if you vote or if you're voting for, then you can just go ahead and unfriend me now. Like, well, what is that
Yeah.
about? Like, for why?
Yeah. No, I agree. I think that it goes too far. Whenever I would say that last election was probably a lot worse for that for me personally. I did actually like have my aunt that has all of her medical issues, like she is very, very Democratic. And I'm very, very Republican. And she was like saying things like, well, she would say stupid stuff like generalizing the Democrat or the Republican Party as, being bigots and fascist. And like, she went that route, the name calling that happened a lot back in 2020, especially. Um, and I would tell her, like, she would post all this stuff that was like really disgusting towards Republicans. And I would message her and I'd be like, do you realize, like, you're talking about me, right? Like, you understand that, like, and she's like, well, you're not like them. And I'm like, but I am. Like, I'm the person you're talking about. I am a Trump supporter. I am the Republican Party. And like, I'm not a bigot or a fascist or a Nazi or I have a biracial child. Like, you know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
I just and so like I was constantly like getting on her about that. And this election cycle, she has not posted like anything political, because she lost a lot of really good friends through that time period because she was just getting into literal full on fights with people on social media, because she was so passionate against Trump that she could not see past the divide and past the party lines to remember that I'm her literal niece that takes care of her and helps her. And you know what I mean? And like, she was just so like, I don't know, blinded by her hatred for Trump that I don't know.
I
Was
got an
she
aunt that oh, she hates him. She just hates him.
Yeah.
and I ask like, do they have good reason? Like, why do you feel that way? Is just my question. And you might have very valid reasons, but anybody that I talk to, it just seems like it's like, well, why? And they come up with these. I mean, I guess what they believe to be true, but it just sounds like excuses. It's just
Mhm.
I know I don't like him because of this. And then it amazes me that you're going to turn that into losing friends and hatefulness. I mean, obviously people have different
I have
values.
no idea why she hates him. She just lives in Colorado. I guess
Yeah.
that's a thing there.
I have this is going to sound crazy, but I would have no, reason or like no strict, like, no, I wouldn't vote Kamala, but I'm one of the people that I have no idea what she wants. What does she want? There's flip-flopping,
Abortion.
there's
Voted on Saturday.
That's it. That's all I can say is abortion.
That's all you could say is
That's all I
abortion.
got. That's all I got.
So,
I mean, there's
but
nothing
that's
else.
because it's not because that's all you got. It's because that's all you were given, right?
Well, no, so she did eventually update. So she hadn't updated her website until I want to say, what was it, like 2 weeks ago, Bushes, because we had talked about that.
Oh, that's an excellent
Yeah.
time. 2
And
weeks
but
before the election.
yeah, well, because people were pressuring her and pressuring her. Hi,
But
Jordan.
for how
Let me
long?
finish my thought
So
before
long.
so people were pressuring her about her policies. And so she did eventually put stuff on her website. But whenever she put the stuff on her website, it was literal copy and paste from Joe Biden's website, point where they had left Joe Biden's name in several places. And so then it was like, okay, so you're just going to do the same thing that's been happening. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
So outside of that and like being the first woman and different things like that, like that's all the majority of the public knows about her. And that's in part because of the way, number one, that she was as a vice president. She really stayed in the shadows a lot. Like, she wasn't some outspoken. I know more about Michelle Obama than I do about our vice president for the last 4 years. And I
Yeah.
really think that they would have been further ahead to put Michelle Obama into this position than they did with Harris. But I still think that the Democratic Party in a whole was not intending to win this election. I think they were just like, ah, it's too late. Let's just
It's a
put her in
throwaway.
there. Let's,
This
yeah,
is a
like it's a
throwaway.
throwaway. Anyway, sorry. Go ahead, Jordan. How are you?
Oh no, yeah. Hey everybody. Oh, just holding tight down here.
Down there in Florida.
Mm-hmm.
That's good. Were you in the area affected by the hurricane?
I think the whole state was the last
Yeah.
one, yeah. The one before that, no.
That's good. That's good.
Yeah,
So
'tis the season.
so we have had all types of talking. I mean, we've been live for 4 hours.
Yeah.
So I'm Republican. These
Mhm.
two are independents, and we had B Tim on earlier also, and he was a Democrat.
Okay.
I will say though that based off of the conversation that B Tim was having with us, I do think that he did not vote for Kamala. He didn't flat out say that, but
Mm.
everything that he was saying in regards to was not necessarily in defense of her. He did come in defense of the Democratic Party a few times, like just in general, but not but we're pretty much just talking as we're watching the results come through and just chit chatting. So whatever
Yeah, and I
conversation
love
you
how
have,
it's
it's
like
good.
an open floor too. I always feel like this whole group is a safe space, so I really appreciate that with everybody. A little bit about my voting history. So I was born in Orlando, raised in Florida, in Central Florida. Raised Republican, both Republican, very conservative Christian household. The very first time that I got to vote was when I voted for Obama for his second term in 2012. So that was my very first time of voting. I did vote for Trump when he went against Hillary. And then when he
Thank
was
you.
in the White House. Yeah, no worries. And then I just didn't want to repeat history, to be honest with you. So then I did vote for Biden, and then this election I did vote for Kamala. Um, and then also I did vote. I do have a medical marijuana card, so I voted for Amendment 3. And I have been, and Sleuth Mom, because I've been open with you about it, but I am a victim of date rape, and I got pregnant because of that. And one thing that I do appreciate is having the option for abortion. I chose adoption. So I did not choose the abortion option, but I just appreciate that I did have that option. And then that's something that, like, if my daughter were to experience something similar, like, God forbid, if she were to be forced, if that was a decision that she didn't want for herself, like, God
So
forbid
my
her
question is,
be forced to
how
carry on
far
with that.
into the pregnancy, so you didn't go through that option, but did your state, whenever Roe versus, or whenever it was overturned, sorry, my brain is already slipping because it's so late. Whenever that
So
was
it was a
overturned.
long time ago. I was like 15 or 16.
No, yeah,
So
I understand that, but I'm saying
yeah.
whenever that was overturned, did your state opt to ban abortions?
So I don't know really exactly
So
enough.
so whenever he overturned that law, and I think that this is something that her campaign has exclusively focused on, you have now lost your rights to abortions, and it's just not true. The only thing that overturning that by the Supreme Court did was put those laws back to the individual states to decide with their local governments what was going to happen with those laws. And I will tell you
So
that
that's like a DeSantis
yes, it
Yes.
goes
type of decision. And then that is where that happened. So it's like 6 weeks is like the limit down here so like you have to get an abortion within the first 6 weeks. And I have a friend who it's been a year now since her nephew passed away essentially, and she was forced to go full term with that baby and watch that baby sit in NICU for a whole month fighting for his life. And then they ended up still taking him off of life support because the chances of him surviving just was not there. So like, not that I personally went through that, but to know somebody who, lost
Did that happen
their
since
nephew.
2022?
Yeah, it's been a year now that
Did
he passed away. So he just
those
passed away last
parents
year.
did those parents not want to value the time that they were able to have? Like, did they want to get an abortion?
She did want to elect into aborting once she found out because she was pregnant, and I don't know exactly when she found out. I can ask my friend and get back to you on that. But it's my understanding that she found out at the point to where she was not allowed to elect into an abortion when she found out that her son like had slim to no chance of surviving. And like, I
So
mean,
in
I
Florida,
saw
like
him.
looking at Florida's law right now,
Mhm.
if that baby was determined to not be viable, or if the baby had a fatal abnormality, and the pregnancy was not in the third trimester whenever they discovered that, she would have still been able to get an abortion. And so it's not true. It does stop at 6 weeks for abortions that are just for like people like, I decided I don't want to do this. It does stop at 6 weeks for that. But if the baby has a fatal impairment, or if the baby is going to not have a chance to live, you do still have the option to get an abortion in Florida up until the third trimester. And so I'm not sure if you were aware of that law, but that is part of their law. It also is still permitted to get an abortion if it's necessary to save the pregnant person's life. Again, that goes up to the third trimester. After the third trimester, they would just birth the baby and let the baby live. You could then choose adoption, etc. Also, if abortions are still allowed in Florida, and if it is necessary to prevent serious risk to the physical person's or to the pregnant person's physical health all the way up to the third trimester. And so I can send you this information, but this is all off of Florida's website for their actual truths behind their abortion laws. But for hey, I just feel like getting an abortion, I don't want to carry on with this baby, and there's not a medical reason, yes, it stops at 6 weeks. So I
But
I
yeah,
wish
definitely send
my
it to
thing
me.
is yeah, I wish my thing is I wish that people like took the time to really investigate like the abortion laws and stuff like that, considering that this is something that she is running as her primary focus. Um, because the fact that they're saying that they couldn't get an abortion and they really wanted to, I would honestly question proof of that baby, I guess, in that situation. I know that in my cousin's situation, they had a baby, they knew that that baby was not going to be able to live, and they were in a situation where that baby was going to die shortly after birth. She still chose to carry her child all the way up to birth, take photos with her baby, and enjoy every second of breath that she could. Her sisters, her siblings, they didn't necessarily understand why she went through that and why she put herself through that experience just to love a child that was going to be deceased. And so they were like constantly pushing abortion on her. There was extended family members that wanted her to get an abortion, but again, she chose to take those steps. And so I would question, maybe the cousin didn't agree with this parent's decision, but it's likely that they did probably um
Think of their baby.
have the chance to spend those precious moments with their baby, and not everybody understands that. You know what I mean?
True. Yeah.
So you said you did vote for Kamala this election?
I did.
And just to make sure that I understand, and the main reason for that was the abortion, is that correct?
No. I'm in Florida. That's just one of our amendment things. That wasn't a reason of my president selection.
I mixed those two up. I'm sorry.
And I'm sorry, what's your name?
Wally.
Or what do you go by? Wally?
Yep.
Okay, cool. I'm in and out. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I mean, I can understand, like, I know that a lot of the ads have really been, um yeah, Red Rock, abortion used as contraception, only up to 6 weeks in Florida, basically.
Yeah. So I personally don't agree with like elective abortions, but unfortunately that's not something that you can
Mhm.
I feel like decide with how people use it. People are going to
Right.
abuse and use the system
Mhm.
no matter what. But that's
I
just
mean
something that I appreciated when I was in a situation where I was like, "Holy shit, what
Right.
am I going to
And
do?"
I know people who have chosen because it wasn't right for their life to have an abortion. I don't look at those people any differently, but I do still think that those rights, those laws are intimate to each community and
Right.
each
And that's a
each
personal
area.
thing for me.
It
It's
is.
not that it's like
Right.
logical, it's a very personal thing.
Mhm. No, and I totally get that. But I
Right.
think that that's why I think that's why it's important for each state to be able to determine what is right for their community and what
Mhm.
is right for their local government and things like that. I mean, cuz you could have states set a precedent and then the local counties set a precedent, things like that, but it doesn't have to be some federally mandated thing. It certainly doesn't need to be federally funded, especially with how many people have elective abortions just for funsies. Like I swear, the younger population, it seems like it really is. Oh, it really is something that is more used towards um, the contraceptive side of things rather than in a situation where it's rape,
Mhm.
incest, something that's an emergency situation, things like that. But there's not a doctor out there anywhere that is going to force a woman to carry a baby if it's going to be dangerous to her health, um and make the person die and things like that, and there's not a law out there anywhere that says that a mother has to choose to die instead of aborting their baby if there's like some type
Right.
of issue. So, but anyways, oh man.
It's
But
really
yeah,
hard to vote to like logical versus emotions, you
oh
know.
yeah, for sure. For sure. I mean, and like let's face reality, like Trump has never been the most likable guy in the race, right?
Mhm.
I don't think there's anybody who's gonna be like, man, I just love his personality. You know what I mean? Like, but whenever it comes down to
I
it,
don't know, in Florida, these people down here love him.
yeah. Well, and I mean, there's things that I love about him. He certainly is not afraid to like stand up
Let my
for,
grandma tell you he could do no wrong.
yeah, yeah. No, I get it. We do. We love you, Jordan, for sure.
Mhm. Oh, I love you guys too. And like I wouldn't be like this open if I didn't feel like comfortable.
No, for sure. And I mean, and nobody's gonna attack you for what you believe and
Oh,
things like that.
absolutely. I
I
believe
just
that.
definitely wanted to make sure you knew the like correct information. You know what I
For
mean?
sure. Yeah. And I appreciate that because that's important.
Uh, Let me just send you. I'll just send it right now because otherwise I'm gonna fall asleep and forget. So I was just telling them though, my sister is gonna be here in 4 hours with her kids, and so I was getting ready to jump off whenever you guys all came in. There was a few of you came at once, and so I am gonna go ahead and close us up and hopefully, I mean, let's take one last look at the numbers. Hopefully, we continue going this direction. I don't know if they have stopped counting or not, but it looks like a lot of the numbers have kind of stayed still now. Wisconsin is at 83%. They are still separated by about 113,000 votes, with Trump leading. Michigan is at 57%. Again, he's up by around 213,000 votes currently in Michigan. And in Pennsylvania, they are 87% reported now, and they are separated by somewhere between 1 and 200,000. So we are somewhere in there. Arizona's still really close. They're only separated by 13,000 right now. And Georgia is still around 120,000, but it hasn't moved also. So
I think they are saying that the Senate has a Republican majority now, I believe. That's another update that I'm seeing on my end.
I just had to screw up. Yeah. So 51 seats now for Republicans. One for the Bernie Sanders. I don't even know what
One for the Bernie Sanders.
It's Bernie Sanders, and then 42 Dems, and then the House race we're still undecided, but the Democrats so far have lost 1 seat, and that number keeps changing. It was like lost 3, lost 2, now it's lost 1, and gained 1 for the Republicans. So
because they're canceling each other out.
They're saying they shut the Harris campaign down right now. At the moment, they went quiet, I guess.
That's what
Probably
Cooter
went to
G said
bed.
that like 2 hours ago, though. It was like 2 hours ago that Cooter G said that, and I couldn't find anything on it. Where was it at?
Well, I think she said that they said they were going to shut it down, but then they actually finally did. Like, it took them a while, and then they finally did, I guess.
Trump wins North Carolina and holds off the Harris
Cooter
challenge.
GG said they shut it down.
Yeah. Where do you people see this? Is it on NBC?
In the chat.
Yeah, right? Who's backer?
I don't know. Did Trump go live?
Did you fall asleep? Oh, yeah. Crap.
Well,
That's
not
what I
yet.
was going to do.
My
Let me
fiance
see.
said not yet.
Now.
He's gonna be the shoulder I cry on. I'm just kidding. I really don't like it. Does not bother me, honestly.
So NBC News says exit poll: Trump gains support among independent voters, as well as they said California voters repeal Prop B or Prop 8, whatever that is.
Next.
Did you see that Mike Pence, somebody asked him, they were like, "Are you going to vote for Kamala?" And he was like, "Hell no, I ain't voting for Kamala." I was like, "Oh man." Because him and Trump had that whole falling out and stuff. I don't know who he voted for, but he was like, So they like had people come up on stage, but I don't think it was him. I don't know, everybody's screaming like it was him though. Bushes, what are you doing besides going up and down? What you doing, Bushes?
Restream is doing things to me.
Mm.
I can't control it.
States that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure.
Oh, they're all booing.
I was gonna say, why are they booing?
Let me go backwards another second.
That is another indication about how well Trump has done in Pennsylvania thus far tonight. There's a real good chance he flips all those and maybe more shortly. So I want to show you that. We'll go ahead and clear it and give it back to you guys. Okay?
Well, it's really interesting. We've got some action because we're hearing the former president is going to his party in West Palm, but we're also seeing Cedric Richmond in Harris Walsh campaign co-chair speaking at the Harris Walsh party. Let's listen.
Votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure.
Oh, they're booing their side.
That every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the vice president tonight.
Oh, they're playing Kamala's.
Tomorrow,
yeah.
She will be back here
whenever she shut down.
To address
okay.
not only the HU family, not only to address our supporters, but to address the nation. So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you.
Could you imagine being the one that's just like, well, I could be the president tomorrow of the United States, or I maybe not, but I'm going to go ahead and hit the sack.
216 for Harris.
You know what the problem would be is I would be sitting there like I would not be able to sleep, number one.
That's what I'm saying.
Like there's no way. And then I would probably have a panic attack through the night. Like constantly refreshing my screen all night long, expecting them to like change something. I don't know. You're saying that they called Georgia now for Trump? Where do you see that? 94% reported. I don't think that she could win even if she wanted to now. Georgia, that is. Sleuth's mom called it 3 hours ago. I said the election was over, that he was getting everything, you know. Jeez.
The House for the Republicans is up to
I'm
190
gonna
now.
fill up
it
my
says.
glass of wine.
Okay. It'll be all right. It'll all come out in the wash. Yeah, Donald Trump has an insurmountable lead in Georgia. The Secretary of State says he is flipping the state back to Georgia. It will be a red state as the final votes come in. That is as of 23 minutes ago.
See, that was one I was watching because of the, from the last election, Georgia was
blue. Yeah.
It was, well, and that, there was all the hubbub in Georgia.
Mm-hmm. All right. NBC's take on Pennsylvania.
Okay.
This is where they are. I can't believe she got 30,000 votes for Jill Stein. That's crazy to me.
That's a lot.
That is a lot for a third party. Like, if you're an independent.
Yeah.
And not only an independent, but an independent that really, like, took the light after RFK dropped out. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You had said you never heard about that Chase Oliver. I've been seeing commercials of his a lot in the last, probably 2 months, talking about, don't want to vote for either one. Vote Chase Oliver.
Yeah, he had 181 votes in Armstrong County. 330.
I just refuse to watch regular TV and just watch Netflix.
Oh, we don't watch.
So yeah. I didn't have to watch commercials.
Oh, I get commercials on my Netflix.
Yeah, we don't pay for the premium services around these parts. We are in Bidenomics America right now. My Paramount Plus got commercials. My Prime Video probably has commercials. My hey, Seal. Whoop whoop.
Amen, Seal.
Chat in the house. Yeah,
this is today, but tomorrow is going to be the same as yesterday.
It sure will. Unfortunately. Oh man. Yeah. I really think that we should slip Sleuth Mom's name on a ballot. I just would love to see my name on one of these, like why can't I get
I will campaign for you down here.
Right? My dad lives in Florida too. I'll have him wear a Sleuth
And Laurel
Mom
is
shirt.
down here, Laurel.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Heck yeah. But all right, guys, I'm heading to bed. Thank you so much, Seal. I will talk to you all later. Love you guys. Thank you, Jordan. Thank you.
Good
Thank
night.
you, Pushes. Thank you, Lewis.